Let's keep going and let's keep building out more and more real-world features in our application. So in this biggest section of the project, we're going to be adding different ways of filtering, sorting, and paginating our data, implementing a gorgeous dark mode, building a beautiful dashboard with multiple charts, and more. But most importantly, we'll finally add authentication and authorization, so that only logged in users can actually access the application and the data. And this feature will be powered by our old friend Supabase again, so that you can very easily replicate this authentication in your own apps. Now, I just want to mention that this section won't actually introduce anything new about React itself, which is why I marked it as optional. But if your main interest is really in building professional web application features, then let's dive right back in. Welcome back. So the first feature that we're going to implement in this section is the ability to filter the cabin data on the client side. And we're going to make this reusable too, so that you can use this filter component in all your own projects in the future. But first, let's quickly revisit the app requirement list, where we can see that we have already implemented these three features. Now, next up, it says here that the bookings table should be filterable by the bookings status. So we're going to do that in the future, but first, let's now make the cabin table filterable as well. So basically, we want the ability to filter this table here by whether there is a discount or not. So we're going to add some buttons here where the user can click that they want all the cabins, or only the cabins with a discount, or only the cabins without a discount. So something like you have seen in many web apps that you use every single day. Okay, now we will do this in practice by storing the value by which the table should be filtered in the URL again, because this way the URL is going to be easily shareable and bookmarkable. So just like we have talked about earlier. Now this means that the component where we select these values is where we will update the URL state. And since we can read that state from everywhere in the app, the filter component doesn't have to be close to the cabin table. So it can really be anywhere we want in the component tree. And so let's now come back here to the application and place that component right here. All right. So again, if we were using the useState hook to store the value by which the table should be filtered, then this table here would have to be a child component of the component that owns that state. But like this, since we are storing that state in the URL, then that filter component can be really anywhere that we want. So let's come back here to our cabins page. And so here we already have this paragraph where it says filter and sort. And so this is where we will now place a new component called cabin table operations. So operations because we're going to have filter and sort here. So let's come to our cabins and do just that. So cabin table operations. And then here we are actually going to use a styled component that I already created called table operations. So let's bring that in. And then in here, we will have the filter component, and later on, we will also have a sort by component. So this filter component I actually also already created And so let's bring that in here. And so with this one here, we are done for now, but let's actually leave it open. This we don't need. The cabins, yeah, here now let's bring in that new component we just created. So cabin table operations. And there we have then an error, but that's just because this filter component here doesn't return any component yet. So this is just two styled components that we will now use to implement the filter component. And so let's actually do that now. So here I'm going to use this styled filter component that we already have, which is probably just a div. And then here, let's add or filter buttons. So filter button is just a regular button, and the styled filter is just a div. So here we will want to have one button for all the cabins. Then we want one to only display the ones that have no discount, and then all the ones that have a discount. So let's say with discount. Let's reload here, and there we go. Nice. And so now as we click on each of these buttons here, we need to update the URL state. So let's add a callback function here. Let's just call it handle click. And then here we will receive the value that we actually want to set into the URL. So let's use that here. So on click, we want to call handle click, and here with the value of all. All right, then let's actually just grab this, paste that here and here, and then just fixing that. And then here, let's say no discount and with discount. And so here I'm adding these dashes because these are the values that will actually end up in the URL. And so we shouldn't have any spaces there. All right. And so now to actually store that value in the URL, we use again the use search params hook. So this hook that is coming from React Router and that we have already used a few times before. So this hook is a little bit similar to use state because it also gives us basically the state. So the search params themselves, and then as a second value, it gives us a way to update them. So the way this works is that we first actually need to set the state on search params itself, like this. Then here the first value is the name of the state, so of the field in the URL. And so that's going to be called discount. And then second is the value itself. And so that's the one that we are receiving in the function. And so that can be either the discount set to all, to no discount, or to with discount. And so then we can take this new search params and pass it into search or into set search params. Okay, so let's see. And beautiful. So our URL has been updated here with this search string, which now says discount, no discount, or all, or with discount. Great. And so the next step is to get this data here into our table and then sort the data accordingly. So let's come to our cabins table. And there, in order to read the data, we need to again use that hook. So search params, and here we don't need the second part. So just use search params like this. And then let's grab that here. So let's say the filter value is equal to search params dot get and then discount. And then let's start by just logging that to the console. And so down here, we already see with discount. So that's what we have there right now. So with discount, no discount, and all. But now watch what happens as we actually come to this page for the first time. So now we get null, even though probably what we will want in this situation is to show all the cabins, so with no filter applied. So basically this part right here. And so what we can easily do is to set this here to all by default. So using here this short circuiting. And so now it's very easy to just use this and filter the data. So let's create a filtered cabins variable here. And then let's just have a couple of if statements here. So if the filter value is all, then the filtered cabins should simply be equal to all the cabins. So this one is easy. And well, here just we forgot this string. And then let's check for the other two. And I'm sure there would be some more efficient way of doing this, but this works just fine. So cabins dot filter. And so here we then only want to get the ones where cabin dot discount is equal 0. Right? And then, well, not like this. So just trying to duplicate these lines here. So with discount is basically whenever the discount is greater than 0. All right. And so finally, to make this work, all we have to do is to change the data right here. So first we had all the cabins, but now we will simply display the filtered cabins. So let's see. So now we get all of them. And then we have some problem. So let's check. So assignment to a constant variable. And of course, here it needs to be filtered cabins and here as well. And so then that actually immediately works. So now we only have the ones where there's no discount and then the ones that have a discount. And here, back to all of them. Great. And notice that if we reload the page, then we immediately only get these ones because the URL, thanks to this part here, is now easily shareable and bookmarkable. Great. So this is working just fine, but what if we wanted to reuse this filter component here on our next table? So for example, for the booking table. So right now we have these buttons here, but they have all these hard-coded values, which really only work for the cabins table. So what we want to do now instead is to make this reusable. And so for that, we basically need to pass in all the data here that might change as props. So first of all, we have the name of the field. So let's pass that in as a prop. So let's call it filter field. And then let's also accept the options, which will basically be an array of these things. So here of the value and then of the thing that we want to write in the UI. All right. And so let's pass those values in right here in the cabin table operations, which is where we include this filter component. So the filter field should be discount. So this we no longer need. And the table is actually also already done. There's just apparently some problem, which is that we do not need this table header here anymore. So let's get rid of that, and then also of the styled component. And then with this, we finish this cabin table. Now, okay. And so here we can already replace this with the filter field. And then next up, let's pass in the array of options. So again, both the value and the label then here. So the first value is all, and the label is also all. And of course, all of this needs to be an object. So we have an array of objects where each of these objects will be for one of the buttons. So then here we have discount, and finally one for with discount. All right, now let's get rid of all of these. And now we will place this button here, of course, inside a loop. So we will loop over the options dot map. And then in there, we will have one filter button for each. So here we will then use the option dot value, and here the option dot label. So more like this, and great. So that looks and works exactly the same way as before. Let's just also pass in the key prop here, which is always necessary when we have a list. So option dot value. And now to finish, we also want to display which of the option is currently being selected. So right now it's the with discount, and so then this here should appear already with this blue background. So for that, we can pass in an active prop, which I think I created that right here. So on the filter button, we can pass in a prop, and so if that props.active is true, then it will get this different background color. So how do we know that this is true? Well, first, for that, we need to actually get the current value also from the URL. So let's say current filter is equal search params dot get, and then the filter field that we get as a prop. Or if that doesn't exist, then we need to again use a default value. Now here we will not simply write out all like this, but instead use the first option. So option at 0 and then dot value. And so here all we need to do is to check whether the current value is equal that current filter value like this. And here it's options, and there we go. Great. So this is really nice and reusable now, because for the next table, all we will have to do is to pass in a different field name here, like the status field, and then all the different options. And then that will automatically adapt here. And with that being said, let's now move on to the second operation, which will be to sort this table. So next up, let's add the ability to also sort the cabin table. So basically, besides this filter here, we want to have a drop-down menu where we can select which of these fields here we want to sort the data by. So let's create a sort by component, and I will do it again here in the UI folder because we will want to reuse it later. So for other tables. Okay, so for now let's just return sort here, and this component, just like the filter component, will receive a list of options. So here we have the filter, and actually we forgot to do something here. So let's just duplicate this line here and also add the disabled prop. So basically, when we have this background here, which means that this is the currently applied filter, then we also want this button here to not be clickable. All right, but anyway, now let's actually also include the sort by component here. And so, as I was saying, let's then specify immediately here the list of options. And again, there will be a value and a label. So let's start with sort by name from A to Z. And then we will also have one to sort in the other way. So basically, we will have both the ascending and the descending way. And so let's then specify that right here in the value. So name.s for ascending, and then name-descending. So basically, right here in this value, we are encoding two types of information. First, we have the field by which we want to sort, and then we also have the direction. Now, there would be other ways of doing this. So we could specify the direction here in a separate field, but I believe that it's best to keep it simple like this. So next, let's sort by the price. And here I will actually now use the name of the fields as they are in the database. And so as we also receive them here in our application from the API. So I want to sort also by the price. So that's called on our API regular price, and then ascending, and then here sort by price. And then let's here say low first, and then here high first. All right, duplicating this one here again. So let's finally also add the ability to sort by the max capacity, which is basically this column right here, which again in our database is called max capacity. So sort by capacity low first, and then the descending one and high first. Okay, and so now in our sort by component, we will want to have one select element with one option for each of these elements of the array. All right. Now, since we will want a select element many times in this application, let's actually build ourselves a reusable one. And I already have the styles for that here. And so all we have to do is to write a little bit of code here. So this needs to receive, of course, first the list of options and the currently active value. And the other things that we're going to need, we will add them later. So as the need arises. So here we then use the styled select element, which is indeed just a select HTML element. And so then we give it the currently active value, just like we do on all controlled components. So this is in the end just going to be a controlled component like we have always been using. And then in here, we just loop over the options that we receive. And then for each of them, indeed, we create one option HTML element. So here that will then contain, well, first of all, we need to actually have a callback. And then here we will have the option dot label, and the value will be the current option dot value. And of course, we then also need a key. So option dot value once again. And now let's actually use that here. So here all we want to return is actually a select element with these options. And the currently selected one, we will pass it in later, because for now we don't have it yet. Okay, now here we need a bit more space to actually see. And so here are all our options. Now in terms of styling, there are actually different types of select elements that I created. So basically, if we pass in the type prop set to white, then the styling here will be slightly different. And so let's do that now. So here we pass in type white, and then let's receive that here. But this time I actually want to show you a nice trick. So we can, just like in any other destructuring, also receive all the remaining props using the rest operator like this. So if you check this out, then in this case, this will simply be the type set to white. But if we passed in some other props, then all of them would now be contained here. So that would then be probably an array. Let's test this. And so let's set test to Jonas. And then we get this object here with these multiple properties. And so then what we can do here is, if we had this situation where we received multiple properties, that all we want to do with them is to pass them right here, then we can use basically the same trick that is also used in React hook form, which is to enter JavaScript mode and then spread those props here. And so then the select component here will get all of those props. So we haven't ever used this trick before, and so I really want to show you what's happening. Now, but here we have the sort by, the selected, and then also the style.select. And so then indeed it is getting all the props that I have spread now into that element. So both test and type. And so if you have multiple props that you just want to receive here and then pass them down into another element or another component, then you can use this trick. So you receive all the props here, and then you simply spread them into that other component that should receive all of them. So then you don't have to manually specify them here. Or actually, I want this. What I do not want is this test prop. But anyway, now what we also need here, of course, is a way of handling that an element has been clicked. So here we will now create our function for that. So let's call it handle change. And then here, the select component should of course be able to receive that. So let's come here and then on change is on change. Okay, and I think with this we really made this component here 100% reusable and can now use it in many different places in the app and in many other apps as well. So let's close this, and then here we need to of course write this function. So here we receive the event, and then we need to set that value that we received there to the state again. So to the state in the URL. So again, search params and set search params. And then just like before, we then do search params dot set. And here let's call the field sort by. And so notice how here this field will always be called sort by. So we don't have the dynamic field name like we had with the filter. And then here the value is just going to be e.target.value. So just like always. And then here it's time to call set search params and pass that in. Now here we could also abstract all this logic into a nice custom hook that might be called something like use URL, but here I will not do that because that would be making it a bit too opinionated. But of course, you could totally do that. So you could create a use URL hook, and for example, that hook could then return a read URL and a update URL function. And so then you could simplify this whole thing here a little bit more. But in any case, let's now check if this actually works. And yeah, for that, all we have to do is to click here and see if that is added to the URL then. And indeed, there it is. So we already had the discount part here. And so then React Router is smart enough to simply add that to the search or to the query string by adding the and then here we get our sort by field with the value of regular price. Great. And of course, if we started with an empty string, then whatever value we selected here would then get added like this. Nice. And now just to finish this part here, let's also get the currently selected value so that we can then basically make that here the selected one. So if we reload the page, for example, with this URL, then of course this value in the select field should be selected by default. So that is basically exactly what we did with the filter before. So search params dot get, and as a default value, here we can just use an empty string because that will then just select the first element. And so finally, here we then pass in the value prop that we specified earlier and set it to sort by. So let's just test that. So here let's select sort by price high first. And now as we select this, then here it immediately goes back to that value. Great. So this part is done. This part is also done. And so all we have to do is now read that value here in the table and then do the sorting. So let's maybe first here say that this is for filter. And then second, let's do the sort. So sort by should be once again search params dot get sort by, or then by default, and here we cannot use the empty string, but instead the actual value. So start date dot ascending. And then remember how we actually encoded these two values into the string. So both the field and the direction. And so now we need to get both of them from there. So what we're going to do is sort by dot split this string by d dash. So this will then return an array to us. And so let's then destructure that. So the first value is going to be called the field and then the direction. Okay. And then let's create sorted cabins, which will be based on the previous step. So the filtered cabins. So this is basically like a sequence where first we take all the cabins, then we filter them, and then we use those filtered ones and sort them. And so for that, we can use JavaScript's sort method. And so this will always take in these two values, and then we just need to subtract them from one another. And we already did this before, and I already explained it in depth in the JavaScript review section. So here we now need then the value, of course, for example, a dot price minus b dot price. But here in this situation, of course, we cannot hard code the value here. And instead, we need to pass in this field name that we actually want to sort by. And so we use these brackets and then here again. All right. And so this is the first step. And next, we also need to take care of the direction. So the way we're going to do that is that right now, this way of sorting basically sorts it in an ascending way. But if we want to sort it in a descending way, we need to convert the positive number that this here is going to create to a negative number. Or if this is a negative number, then we need to convert it to a positive number. Again, that's just how the sort method here works. And so one nice trick that we can use here is to create a modifier. So basically a value that we will then multiply. And so here, if the direction is ascending, which is the default of the sort method, then the modifier will just become 1. And so then nothing will change. But otherwise, it will be -1. And so then here, we just multiply this with our modifier. Okay, and now here, we no longer use the filtered cabins, but actually the sorted cabins. And here apparently we have some problem. All right, so let's see what's going on. Maybe we can start by logging here the field and direction to the console. Yeah, but here everything looks correct to me. Let's also check the modifier and the sorted cabins. And now here we actually do get not a number. So, of course, we cannot multiply the entire array here by the modifier, but just the result of this operation right here. So let's wrap that into parentheses to give it priority and then multiply that. And beautiful. So now that seems to work. So let's now sort by the price. And that seems to be working. So we start with the low, and if we click on high, then indeed it gets sorted the other way around. And the capacity is exactly the same, and also the name. Beautiful. So now we created two very nice and flexible and reusable components here with this filter and this sort that you will be able to reuse in your own projects in the future if you'd like. But before that, we will actually also reuse it here in this project in the bookings table. And so let's move on now and first implement this bookings table, and then we will also sort and filter that data as well. Next up, let's finally also bring the bookings data into our application. So let's come back here to Supabase and to the table editor. So here we now want to get our bookings into the application. But first of all, let's actually create a new booking so that we have not just this one row here. Now for that, we actually also need another guest. Because remember how a booking contains both the ID of a cabin and of a guest. So let's create one here quickly. Let's say Stephen Williams. And here all of this doesn't really matter. Let's say Portugal. And here again, this is not that important. Let's just save so that then we can create another booking. So the start date, let's say, is this one right here. So 29, and then here finish, which means 2 nights, 4 guests. Let's say 500 here, and then unconfirmed. True and true. And now again, we need to select the cabin and the guest. So the cabin, let's say, is this one with the ID of 18. So this is now the foreign key. And then the guest ID is another foreign key. And so that will be the ID number 2 for the guest that we just created. All right. And so now let's get back here into our application. So first off, let's add a new service here into this API bookings file that we already have. So here we have get booking, but that's only for one individual booking. So let's now create get bookings for all of them. So get bookings, and this doesn't need any arguments, at least not for now. And this time let's actually write the query by hand, because we don't always have to copy paste. So here we're going to await the Supabase, and we want to select the bookings table. And from there, we want to select, for now, just everything. All right. And then here, well, maybe we can actually copy from the API cabins here. So the rest here is exactly the same. Let's just grab that here and here. Bookings could not be loaded. So we want to get this data right here into a bookings table. And that bookings table should be here on the bookings page. So let's start with that one. So here in pages, we get to bookings. And then in the bookings folder here, we actually already have the table. And so let's just include that here. So booking table. And here we don't need to wrap this into a row because we don't need there to be anything else. So booking table, and here as well. And then features just like this. All right. Then here, of course, we need to now return a fragment. And there we go. So this is our table. And so let's go check it out. So here we have for now this empty bookings array, which is the reason why here it says no data to show. Then here we again are using the table component that we created in the earlier section. And then here this time we have the name of the cabin. So the cabin that the booking belongs to. We will have the guest, the dates, the status of the booking, and the amount that the user paid. And then again here, one column for the operations. And then we also have here the table body, which will simply render the array of bookings. And of course, the columns here are different than what we had before, but I just fine-tuned them here so that they fit the data that we will want to display there. Now, one thing I actually want to do here, which is that when there is no data, then we want to not even show the table, but this empty component that I have here. So this one here, which takes in a resource name and then prints simply this string here. Let's actually call this resource name. And then, well, now I closed the table apparently. So here, let's just say if there is no bookings, because this can of course happen, then return empty with the resource name of bookings. All right, now here that needs to be bookings.length, of course. And so there we go. We could have styled that a little bit better, but that also works. Now I just want to quickly add the same thing here to the cabin table. So maybe here we can automatically import that. Yes. And then there we go. Next up, we now need to basically connect this table here with this get bookings function that we have, right? And the way that we are going to do this, so the way in which we are going to fetch these bookings is again using React query. So let's grab this use cabins here and just copy paste that. So if you wanted, you can of course now to practice React query, write this here on your own. But I will just keep this here and only change what I really need. So here the data is going to be called bookings, the query key also, so the name inside the React query cache, and then here get bookings. Delete this, and here it's also bookings, and there we go. And so now in here, we no longer need that, but instead we will get bookings and the is loading state from use bookings. Okay, then we also need to import that apparently. Use bookings, and here this is a named export since this is a React hook. And then apparently, yeah, here we need to change this name, of course, as well. Use bookings. That's why the automatic import also didn't work earlier on the table. And now here, if this is loading, we also need to return something else. So if is loading, then return the spinner. Now that seems to be almost working already, but here we will have some problems. And the reason for that will be clear in a minute. So for now, let's comment out this part here of the table body, so we can actually take a look at our data here in the React Query DevTools. And probably we won't have any data here yet even. Or maybe we do? Yeah, actually we have. So I thought we didn't have the row level security policy enabled yet, but apparently we do. And so we do get here the two arrays with the two bookings that we already have. Now the thing is that here we have the cabin ID and the guest ID exactly as we have them right here on Supabase, right? However, here in our table, we actually want to display some more information about that guest. So of course, not the guest ID or the cabin ID, but instead really the cabin name, and here also the name of the guest and maybe even the email address. So in other words, we don't just need these IDs here, but really the data that belongs to this cabin ID with this number and to the guest ID number 2. All right. So we need to not only load the data about this booking, but also about this cabin and this guest. So that sounds quite complicated, but fortunately for us, the Supabase API is really flexible and can easily do all of that. So right here where we select, right now we are selecting everything, right? But here we now need to actually add some more things. So we need to add this comma here and all inside the string, and then we need to use the name of the tables that we are referencing. So that's cabin and guests. So here we have this cabin foreign table. And so then here we want to select everything from that table. And then let's use another comma. And then let's select everything also from the guests. Give it a save. And as we try this again, we get some error again. So here, search for a foreign key. You meant cabins. Ah, right. So here it's called cabins. So let's force a reload here. Then let's see again. And beautiful. So now we no longer have just the IDs, but really also this data itself. So now we get cabins and then exactly the data about that cabin and the same with the guest. Great. However, to display the data that we want here in the table, we actually don't need all of this here. So instead of grabbing everything, we can really only take the fields that we actually need. And so here we can, instead of writing the star, just write the field or the column name. So for the cabins, we really only need the name, and for the guests, we only need the full name and the email address. And so by doing this, we reduce the amount of unnecessary data that needs to be downloaded. So that might not be a huge problem in this case, but if we were loading hundreds of rows in some other application, then it might be good to know that here we can basically just limit the downloaded data to what we actually need. And here we can do the same thing. So we can say we only need the ID, the created add date, we need the start date, the end date, the number of nights, the number of guests, the status, and the total price. And so you see that all of these here are separated by these commas. So that's why then later we also have these commas here. So here to then separate between these fields and the cabins and the guests. So again, these two foreign tables right here. So let's see. And indeed, this looks a lot shorter. And here, indeed, we only get the name and then the users or the guests' relevant data as well. Beautiful. So, very important part right here in working with Supabase. Okay, now here in the booking row, all we are doing is to then display the data. So first off, here we get this booking prop, which we are passing in right here. So this booking row only takes this booking prop. And so then here I'm actually immediately destructuring even that object. So instead of creating these right here, like const start date and so on and so forth, I'm doing that again right here. And then I'm even destructuring already the guests. And so then basically all these orange ones here are the actual variable names that have been created. Then this thing that I have here is just to basically convert the status to a color. So the unconfirmed status is blue, the checked in status is green, and the checked out status is silver, which will then become important because for each of the bookings, we have this tag component right here. So I can just open that for you. And so basically these are dynamic based on the received props. So here we then use a CSS variable with the color that has been passed in coming from the status to name. So again, these blue, green, or silver colors instead of hard coding them. Okay, so let's actually activate this. And of course, all this pre-built code is necessary so that we don't take 100 hours developing this project. But anyway, now here is our beautiful table. We cannot really see. Yeah, but like this is what the table is going to look like. Let's maybe make one of these bookings here checked in so we see the different colors that I was just talking about earlier. So this is one of the 3 possible statuses. And so as we come back here, React Query automatically refetches the data, as we already know. And then here this tag becomes green. And of course, we still get all the other benefits of React Query, which is that if we move to another page and then come back, all our data will still be here. So with this, we quickly created this really beautiful table right here. And if all of that was a bit too quick for you, then please feel free to check out all this code that I had to pre-build here, including all of these functions here. And yeah, again, maybe this tag. And so by then it will make sense why the table looks this way. Now, once you're done with that, we then also want to implement up here the filtering and sorting again. But before we go do that, let's actually first load some sample data into our application so that we have a bit more to work with than just these 2 bookings. Let's now upload some sample data to Supabase so that we have some more real data to actually work with. So here in the data folder, we have 3 JavaScript files which contains data about booking, cabins, and guests. And then we have this uploader component. So this here does a bunch of stuff. So it has all these different functions to delete and create all of these new resources. But what this does is not really important. What matters is that we can now import this component, and then that will give us 2 buttons. One will be to upload all sample data, which will first delete all of them and then create new ones. And then we will get a button to only upload the bookings. All right, and so again, that's this this uploader component right here. And so we will now include this in our sidebar, so like down here, so that during development we can keep it there and re-upload our sample data whenever we need it. So here in our sidebar, let's include it down here after the navigation. So uploader, and there we go. And so let's actually now click on upload all. And there we get some errors here. And the reason for that is that we didn't set the row level security policies on the bookings table yet. So let's go do that here in authentication and then policies. And indeed, we have this on the cabins and even the settings, but not on the guests and the bookings. And so let's now again do all of that. So we'll always start with this template and select we already have. So next we use insert. So then we need to write true and save. And well, it tells me this already exists, but it actually doesn't. So maybe, well, let's try this again. Ah, yeah, I didn't change the name of the policy. So that was the problem. At least I hope so. And there we go. Now let's add the other ones. And again, we will later then do this only for authenticated users. Okay. And finally to delete as well. And now the same thing on the guests. So insert, as always, just write true in there. And now only 2 more to go. And yeah, now we're only missing the delete one. Okay. Now let's come back here. Let's reload and let's upload all again. And so that will then delete everything. Then here we get some logs for some reason. And now when I reload this, then beautiful. So we have all of these different bookings here, all in this one table. So basically each cabin has 3 bookings. And these dates here, they also should be updated to your own dates. So basically these dates here are generated dynamically. And here we can also see the 3 statuses that a booking can be in. So you see that some of these are checked out, which makes sense because the guest arrived 5 days ago, but only stayed for 3 nights. And so by now, they are already gone. Then this one here is checked in because they arrived 6 days ago and have a 5-night stay, which means that they are checking out today, which is actually May 15th right now. Okay, so you can analyze this data if you want. Then here we also have all the 8 cabins. Now the images, you need to actually upload them separately. So that doesn't happen automatically, but I believe that we apparently already did that. So otherwise we would get some errors there. And so yeah, indeed there are here. But if you didn't upload them manually yet, then you need to do that. So our uploader component doesn't do that. But anyway, with this, we are now ready to also implement the filter and sort by right here in this bookings table. And so let's now move on and do that. So now let's implement the filtering ability of our booking data. So in the cabins, we had this cabin table operations, right? And so then here we imported the filter and the sort by components, and we made them really reusable. And so since we did that, we now have a booking table operations as well. And so then there we also use filter and sort. But then of course we pass in different options. So here we can again filter by all of the bookings. But then what's different is that here we can filter by the booking status. So unconfirmed, checked out, or checked in. So that's exactly the values that we have here. And then we will also have the sort by, where we can sort by the start date in an ascending and descending order and by the total price. And so let's come to our bookings page and include that right here. So booking table operations. And there we go. Let's make this even a bit smaller. And now as we click here, it will already work right here in the URL. So whenever we click on one of these, that will immediately update the URL and filter for the status that we are looking for. So that part of the URL with these reusable components here is already working. But now, of course, we then need to do the actual filtering of the data. Now this time we will actually do it in a fundamentally different way than what we did with the cabins. So with the cabins, we received all the data from our Supabase API in the table. And then there is where we did the filtering and the sorting. And so basically those operations happened already on the client side. But now with the bookings, we actually want to do it on the server side. So basically on the API side of the data. Or in other words, if I want to filter, for example, for checked out, then I want the API to really only send me all the bookings that have the checked out status. So I don't want to receive all of them and then just filter them here on the client side. But instead, really only that filtered data should get downloaded from Supabase. And so that means that we need to implement things very differently. And in particular, what we need to do is now here to change our Supabase query. And to show you how this works, let me first hard code it here basically. So let's say that we want to filter immediately here only for the status of unconfirmed. So for that, I can use now on this query the EQ method, which stands for equal. And then here I specify the field name. So let's say status, and then the value that we want status to be equal to. So let's say unconfirmed. And so now if we reload here, then indeed we only have bookings with unconfirmed. All right, but that's not even all. So we can add even more methods here to the end. So we can also say greater than or equal. And then, for example, here, the total price should be greater or equal to 2000. And so if I come back here, and let's maybe even make it 5000 to see this a bit better, then you see that we are only left with these 4 bookings right here. And of course, it could also be left than or equal, and then we get all the other ones. All right, so this is how we basically change the Supabase query. But now, of course, we want to get the data from here. So right here from this URL, and then filter for these values right here. So not having it hard-coded. So how do we do that? How do we get that data from here and then use it basically right here in get bookings? Well, this one right here is just a regular function. and therefore we cannot use the useSearchParams hook in this function. Instead, we can use it right here in useBookings. And so this really is the perfect place where we can now read the filtered value and then pass it into the getBookings function. Now the alternative would be to read that data right here inside booking table and then pass it here into useBookings. But that would add an additional step because we would have to pass that filter here only to then pass it into getBookings here. Also, the idea of having this useBookings hook in the first place is that it just gives us the bookings as they are, so without us having to pass anything into it. And so this then makes everything more flexible, because we could use this useBookings hook here everywhere that we wanted in the application, and it would always automatically read the filter value from the URL. And so let's do that. So search params. And then since this is a custom hook, we can use, or we can call useSearchParams right here. Okay, so here we want to filter. And so let's first get, again, the filtered value. So filter value is searchparams.get. And then here, what we want is really the status. Now, the idea here is to pass in an object of options into getBookings. And so that will contain the filter. And let's also already add the sort by. And then this filter here itself will also be an object which contains both the field and the value. Because by doing this, we then make this method right here, or this getBookings function actually, really flexible. So here we do not want to hardcode the status field, but really allow to pass in any field with any value to be filtered for. All right, and so now we then need to build that object here so we can pass it in. So first of all, let's say if there is no filter value, or if the filter value is all, then we don't want to do anything. So then there's no need for any filter. And so in this case, then we will make this filter null. But otherwise, it will be that object that we just talked about. So which contains a field. And here that's again going to be status and a value. And so that will be the filter value. All right. And now let's pass that in here into the getBookings. So then here we need to create a new function so that here we can pass in that object of options. And so let's add the filter object in here. And then here we receive that and use it. And now here, what we're going to do is something very similar to what we did already earlier, which is to build a query from scratch in multiple parts. So basically we will get rid of this and only do this in the end. Because here we will now start by saying let query equal Supabase. And well, we actually already had that here. And then all of this. And then in the end, we just do await the query. All right. Let's just check. And for now, everything works the same. So what we had before is exactly the same thing as here. But now what we can do is add some stuff to the query if we want. So basically conditionally. So we can say if there is a filter, so if that filter is different than null, then the query should become query.eq, where the field is stored in filter.field, and then the value itself is in filter.value. So that object that we just created earlier. And with this should actually already be working. And indeed, notice how right now we are in fact only getting bookings with the status set to unconfirmed. But now watch what happens when I click here on checked in. So nothing happened, right? So the data didn't get refetched. Now if I do reload here now with this URL, then we will only get data with the status of checked in. So that works. But this part here, where I click here on these different buttons, they do not work yet. So they do not fetch the right data yet. So why is that? Well, it's because we told React Query to always display the data here that is called bookings right now. So here we have all that bookings data. And of course, that doesn't get refetched just because we click here or here. So React Query doesn't know that this means that the data should be refetched. However, luckily for us, we can tell it to do so. And we do it in a very easy and very elegant way. So the way that this works is that we basically add any value that we want the query to depend on here onto this array. So this query key is not just this string right here, but it can be any other things. And so here we now can add that filter object that we created earlier. And so now, basically, whenever this filter changes, then React Query will refetch the data. And so we can think of this array here basically as the dependency array of useQuery. So this works exactly in the same way as the dependency array of the useEffect hook, right? And so if we reload this whole thing now, so let's reload our page, come here, then we get bookings and then null, which is the current value of the filter. But now if we go to check in, let's say, then notice how actually a new entry in the query cache was created. So one which now contains this whole thing. And so this data that is currently being displayed is actually stored in the cache with exactly this query key right here. So what this means is that when we click here, then this new data also gets added to our cache. And then when I move back, we have the whole power of React Query in display, because then we immediately get this data right here. And then we also see here by this orange color that this right now is the current active data, but all the other data still stays in the cache. So here we go back to bookings null, and this one we hadn't loaded yet, but now we have. And so at this point, we have all these 4 different statuses right here in our cache. So we can then move between them in this really nice and fluid way. So this is one of the big strengths of React Query that we didn't learn up until this point, but now finally was the time where we could make use of this kind of dependency array right here. And of course, we can add any other thing here that we want. And we will do that actually in the next lecture when we talk about sorting. But before we go there, I actually want to make this function here even more flexible, because right now we are hard coding the equal method here. But what if, for example, we wanted this filter object that we pass in here to do a greater than? So for example, let's say that here instead of the status equal to this filter value, we wanted the total price to be greater than 5,000. So not equal 5,000, but really greater than 5,000. And so right now, that doesn't really work. So we have no bookings which have the price exactly equal 5,000. So what we need to do is to also dynamically receive this right here. And so we could do that by also passing in the name of the method here. So we could say here that the method should be greater or equal than. And so here, instead of using this dot equal, we could just do this. So filter dot method. But if that is not passed in, then we just specify the default of equal again. And so let's see. Now indeed we only get bookings where the price is greater than 5,000. All right. So with this, we made this a bit better even, a bit more flexible, and we could go even further. For example, allowing multiple filters. So let's say we wanted to filter for all the checked in bookings where the price is greater than 5,000. So having these two conditions at the same time. Now that's a bit outside of the scope of this video here, but what you could do is to, instead of passing in just one object, is to pass an array of objects. And then here you would loop over that object, and for each of them you would add a new query to the query variable, basically just like this. All right, so if in your own application you need to do that, then that would be the way to go. But anyway, let's now comment out this, and here actually get this back. And so then this is back to working. Great. And so now, next up, let's use these principles that we just learned about to also implement the sorting feature. Next up, let's also perform the sorting operation on the server side. So basically sorting the data right in the Supabase API. So just like with the cabins, we already have here this sort component, and here we then have these different options. And so they get placed right here in the URL, and then all we have to do in our use bookings hook is to get that data and pass it into the get bookings function, just like the filter data. So let's grab sort by, also from the URL dot get sort by, and in this case the default value will be this one right here. So basically the first one in the list. And then let's actually also immediately split it so that we can get the field and the direction. So let's call this here maybe even sort by raw. And so here we want sort by raw split by the dash. And then the actual sort by will be this object built out of field and direction. And so this is what we then pass into get bookings. So sort by, and we will also place it here in the query key. So basically again, in this kind of dependency array of use query. And so with this, whenever we change sort by, then use query will do its job and fetch the data again and store it here in our cache right with that value. So if I reload this now, then the sorting will not work yet, but we should already see it right here. And indeed, in our query key, we already have the field start date with the direction of descending. And now let's use that information here as well to actually do the sorting. So you can say if sort by, so we already received that here. And now let's say dot field. And well, we can check for both of them, but that's not really necessary. And here actually it shouldn't be different from null, because if we don't pass in any filter at all, it will just be undefined. So let's actually change this here to if filter. So just like this. And here let's also say just if sort. So if so, then we add on to the query, and in this case, the order method. So it's not sort, but really order. And so then here we need to pass in the field name. And of course, it's in sort by dot field. And so let's check this actually. And it looks like some sorting is already happening. So you see here that here these days are actually sorted. So we start from in 1 month, which is basically in the future. And then here we have today, and then 3 days ago, 5, 7, 26, and then 2 months ago. And so indeed that is working already. It is, however, apparently not sorting in the ascending way. So here, if we change this to earlier first, then we still get exactly the same thing as before. And so let's change that here, because as the second parameter, we can pass in an object with options where we can specify the ascending option. And so this basically takes in a Boolean saying basically whether the direction is ascending or not. And so here we can check for sort by dot direction and check if it is equal to ascending. And so now let's reload. And if we then come to recent first, then we first should see the future dates. And indeed, beautiful. Now it works. So it's basically sorted in the opposite way. And now when I come here again, that will then immediately get this data here out of the cache. And this will work even for these other ones here. I mean, it will not get these from cache now, but it will for this combination. So now here in the cache, we have the bookings with exactly this filter here and exactly this direction. And so if at some point I come back to that, so if I now go back here, then the data is again received from cache. And so now with these 3 keys right here. And so in the cache, we could now have up to, well, 16 combinations. So we have 4 options here, 4 here, which is a total of 16 options. And so we could save these different options in the cache to basically get all the possible states of this table. Now, okay, and I believe that's actually already it when it comes to sorting. And so now, next up, we need to talk about the third important data operation, which is pagination. So many times when we have data like this, we have exactly these 3 operations. So sort, filter, and pagination. And so, therefore, next up will be pagination. To build the pagination feature, let's actually start by building a reusable pagination component that we could reuse for all kinds of data all over our application. So this pagination component is just going to be a simple component that's similar to the filter and the sort by components, in the sense that all that it's going to do is to render a few buttons that will allow us to set the current page state to the URL, so that then our use booking hooks here can get that data from the URL. So just like the filter and the sort data are also read from the URL. So we actually already have, again, this pagination component right here in the UI folder. And once again, it contains a few styled components already. And so now let's create basically the rest of the component. And so here I'm going to use the styled pagination component. And for now, I will just place a paragraph in here just with some text. So here we will write the number of the page that's being showed. Let's write a span here. So showing 1, 2, and then another span with the number 10 of, and then another span, let's say 23 results. So these values here are of course just placeholders, but this is just so that now we can actually include this. So where do we want this pagination to be on our page? Well, it doesn't make a lot of sense for this pagination to be up here, right? Instead, usually this is always close to the data itself. And so that pagination will be here at the bottom of the table. So let's come to our booking table that should still be open here. This one we can close. And so let's now actually use that table footer. So here in the table component that we built earlier, we had also the footer. So that's just this styled component right here. And so now it's time to use that. So table dot footer. And so then let's bring in the pagination, and this is what's going to look like. So again, showing 1 to 10 of the 23 results. And then if you moved to the next page, it would say showing 10 to 20 results, or 11 to 20 results. All right. And so then here on this right side, we will have some buttons to go back and forth. So just like a regular pagination that I'm sure you have seen many, many times before. So here I have a buttons styled component for that, and then a pagination button. And as always, please go check out the corresponding CSS for that. But now here I will just use one of our icons from the library that we included. So chevron left, and then a span saying previous. And then here let's actually duplicate all of this with a chevron to the right saying next. Great. Or actually, here it needs to be the other way around. Yeah, beautiful. But of course, now we need to kind of make this work. And the first thing that this pagination should get is the number of results. So let's accept that as a prop. Let's call it count. And then here, let's use that count. And then we need to pass that value in. Now here we don't have that value yet, but let's just use some fake data here. So just 15, for example. And we will then get this data here when we actually implement the pagination for this particular case. So when we go back to this use bookings hook right here. But now we are just building this reusable component. So for each of our buttons, let's create an event handler. So let's just call them next page. And one for the previous page. So then here we can hook them up. So on click, here we will want the previous page function. And then here, the next page function. Now, calculating the next page or the previous page will of course always depend on the current page. And so that current page we want, as always, to get from the URL. So search params and set search params we will get from use search params. And so then let's get the current page from there. So if there is actually no page, so if there is no search params dot get page, then make it 1 and 1 as a number. And so therefore, in the opposite case, we actually need to convert this search params dot get to a number. All right. So with this, we have the current page. And then when we implement a pagination, we also need to know the number of pages. So here we already have the number of results, but now from there, we need to calculate the actual number of pages. So that's a page count. And so here, basically, we will want to round up. So math.ceiling. And then here, that's the actual count divided by the page size. So by how many results will fit on one page. So here we can set that manually to 10, but that's kind of a magic number, as we say it. So a magic number is like a number that someone reading this code will not really understand where it is coming from. So what that means. And so whenever we have a magic number, it's always a good idea to place that into a variable. So this is kind of a constant here. So let's place that outside the function. And we then also use this convention of an uppercase variable name. And we will later need this in other files as well. But for now, let's just keep it in this file. And so now we are able to actually compute the next page. So let's first store that in a variable called next, because here we then need to do some conditionals. So we first need to check if the current page is equal the page count, or in other words, if we are already on the last page. And so in that case, the next page will also be the current page. So basically we then don't move up to another page. Otherwise, we will create a bug. But in the opposite case, so if we are not already on the last page, then we can, of course, increase that by 1. And so then here we can again do search params dot set, and then here to next, and then set search params to search params. All right, next here, let's create the previous page function and again computing which the next page should become. Maybe let's call it prev here, so in order to be different. And so here, this time we ask the opposite. So not if it's the last page, but if it's the first page. So in that case, then basically the new page should become the current page. So we then also don't want to move on, but otherwise we can go 1 down. So moving back by 1 page. Now here we could copy this. Yeah, let's do that. Could also abstract it into its own function, but let's keep it simple. All right. And yeah, since these functions are already hooked up, we can actually already try to use them. Let's just come back here so that we don't have anything in the URL yet. And so let's try to click our buttons here. And then apparently we have some error. So search params is not a function. Yeah, and indeed, it is set search params. So let's try that again. And beautiful. So we just moved to page number 2, which should already be the last one because we only have 15 results. And so then if I click here, that does not go to the next one. And then here it goes to the previous one. But since we are now on page 1, we cannot go back any further. So maybe let's actually do 45 pages here. And so then I can keep going a bit more. So now I'm on page number 5, and that should be the last one for 45 results. And yeah, then that doesn't go any further. So here we have these restrictions in these functions already, but we can make this even more secure and a bit more explicit in the UI by even disabling these pages, or actually these buttons. So here we can say disabled whenever the current page is equal 1. And then here, if it's the last page. So in that case, current page is equal to the page count. And so now, indeed, I cannot click here anymore. And then as soon as we reach the last one, the button also gets disabled. All right, and now here, let's just, of course, also update those values. So the beginning of the current page is always the current page minus 1. So this is just a standard implementation of any pagination. And so this then will be 0 here in the beginning. So let's go actually to the first page. And so indeed, the first page needs to start at the very first result. So that's then 0 plus 1. So in the end, we add 1 back. And then here, this one is just the current page times the page size. So not that, but more like this. So basically, this is just what we have here, but here we just subtract 1 to the current page. So if we reload, then we see, after some time at least, so on page number 1, we are showing results 1 to 10, then 11 to 20, 21 to 30, and so on. Or here actually we have a bug, because here in the end, we just want to show 45 here as well. So let's just add a small condition there. So if we are again on the last page, then here we want to display the actual count, and otherwise what we had previously. Okay, and with this we are almost finished. But now what happens if we had, for example, only 5 results? Then in this case, it wouldn't make much sense to have any pagination at all. Let's actually just go back here to the initial state. And so here we are already showing all the results. And so both of the buttons are disabled. And so, yeah, as I was saying, in this case, it doesn't even make sense to return this pagination at all. So then we can just return null. So if the page count is less or equal 1, then just return null. And so then that part is gone. Beautiful. So that's actually it. So with this, we finish this part. And now we are ready to hook this up to our use bookings hook right here. And of course, also here into the get bookings function itself. Now let's use the reusable page component that we just built in order to paginate our bookings table. Now, the first thing that we actually need is the number of results, so that we can then pass it here into this counts prop. Now, we could just compute it here by calculating the length of this array, but there is also another way. So let me show you that other way as well, so that you can learn about this feature of Supabase. So right here in this select function, we can pass in a second argument, which is this object with the count property. So here we can define count as exact. And so this can actually be helpful whenever you don't want to query the entire data, but really only need the number of results. And so then you can just use this. Now what this will do is that besides the data and the error, this query here will then also return a variable, so a property on the object called count. And so then here we can destructure that and then also return it here. So instead of just returning the data, we can return an object with data and count. Then of course, this here will stop working. Exactly. And so the reason for that is that now the data contains both the data and the count. So the count are these 24 results. So let's come back here. And so now the data is again that object. And so let's then immediately destructure that here. So here, data, let's rename it to bookings. And then we have the count. So from here, we can then also return that count, grab that here, and then finally pass it in here. And so now we should see, yes, 24 results. Nice. So here we are finished. And from here, let's now actually grab this right here. So basically where we calculate or where we get the current page from the URL. So we will need that here inside use booking as well. So filter, sort, pagination, here last. Then let's just rename this here to page. And then I want to pass this here as well, and also into the query key. Because of course, as soon as we change the page, we also then want to refetch the data there. So let's see what went wrong here. So cannot read properties of undefined. The reason for that is that initially, of course, the data will not yet exist. So let's, as a default, just use an empty object here. And so then it will try to destructure these from that empty object. All right. And so now we have the page number here. And indeed, actually there it is. So if we move to the next one, it will then refetch the data, but we are still not doing the pagination on the server side. So in our query. And so for that, we now need to grab that here. So if there is a page, then let's do a few things. So what we will want to do is to add something more to our query. So we do query will equal query dot range. So here range is the method from Supabase that we need. And here we will have to pass in a from parameter and a to parameter. So for example, on the first page, we want to go from a result number 0 to result number 9, at least if 10 results is what we want. And so let's then compute these values here. So from and to. So just like before, here we take the page size and multiply it by the current page. Now I want to get that data, that value from here, so this page size here. However, we now shouldn't copy paste this right here into this file because we want this to always be the same. So if we define that this page size should actually be 20, we don't want to come to both these files and change the value there. That would really become a maintenance nightmare. So instead what we can do is to just create a global constants file here in our, where is that? In our utils folder, right here. So let's create constants.js. And so this is where we will then place this right here. So let's export that here. And then whenever we need to change the value, we just come here. And we could also have saved this as an environment variable or created some config file. But this is a nice enough solution if we just have one or two values like this. So here, now let's try to import that. Well, that doesn't really work. Well, here we have something that we don't need. So we want page size from, and then utils and constants. So let's then close this file. And now we just import the same thing here. Or yeah, this is where we need it. Now, all right, so I thought maybe we were in the wrong place, but apparently not. So we were computing the from variable here. So that's where this error is coming from. And so just like we did in the pagination component, that works by multiplying the current page times the page size minus 1. And here we need some parentheses. And so this in the beginning will become then 0. And actually, we need that here. So let's say we are at page number 1. And so the first one needs to be 0. And so then 1 minus 1 is 0 times the page size will still be 0. So this is how we calculate from. And then 2 is basically from plus the page size. And then we need to do minus 1, because otherwise we would end up with 10 here, where we only want 9. So it starts from 0 to 9 at the first page, which is exactly 10 results. And I think that should be it. So if we try to go to page number 1, then let's see. And well, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 results. Great. Then we go to the next one. We still have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 results. And then on the next one, we should only have 4 results. And indeed, beautiful. There are the 4 results. And we can, of course, now try to change this here, for example, to just 3 pages. And so then we should have a lot more pages. So indeed, now on page 3, we have results 7 to 9 and exactly 3. And as we go back here, notice how then React Query is again able to get this data from the cache. So now we are at page number 4, but already the same data, but with page number 3 is in the cache. And so if we go back, then the data beautifully comes from the cache. And if we go forward at this point, then it already has page number 4. And so, again, that's coming from the cache, and the same for page number 5. But now, of course, page number 6 does not exist yet. And so, if I click here then again, then that data will need to be loaded exactly on the fly. So basically as we click here. However, that doesn't create the best user experience, because at this point we are already used to having our data kind of showing up instantaneously. And so then having this loading spinner here again is not the best experience for our users. And so this is where the concept of prefetching that I have mentioned earlier comes into play. So let's check that out right in the next lecture. So let's now learn what prefetching is and how we can implement it using React Query in order to make the pagination experience a lot better. But what actually is prefetching? Well, prefetching is all about fetching some data that we know might become necessary before we actually need that data to render it on the user interface. And in the context of pagination, usually that means that we fetch the next page before it is actually displayed. So in this case, that would mean that here in page number 7, we would already have page number 8 here in the cache. And so then when we move there, this data from page number 8 could simply be get from the cache and rendered. While now, since we don't have that data yet, it will just load it on the fly. All right. And the same thing, of course, for going back. So here we already have page number 7 in the cache, but now if I go to page 6, it needed to load that again from the API. All right. And so let's make the user experience a bit better by prefetching this data. So right here in use booking. So here we have the query itself. And then before we return this stuff, let's have our prefetching. And the way this works is that we first need to query client, and then on there we call the prefetch query method. So to get that query client, we need to use the use query client hook. So just like we did earlier when we did query invalidation. So query client comes from use query client. And so then here on query client, we can call prefetch query. And so now the way this works is basically exactly the same as the use query hook itself. So we need a query key and a query function inside an object. And so let's grab all of this and paste it here. But now what we want to actually load is not this page, but page +1. And the same thing here. So we then also add +1 here to the query key. Now here, there's a problem because we are defining an object here. And so then we need to say page should be page +1. And this is actually already it. So if I reload now on page number 5, then notice how we get the data for page number 5 and exactly the same data, but for page number 6. And so now if I click here and go to page number 6, then the data is immediately available. Beautiful. So what a nice user experience this is. And immediately the same data also got fetched for page number 7. So always for the next one. So always page +1. So here it works again, here again, but now there should probably be an error because at some point there are actually no more pages. So yeah, now we cannot move on, but here it tried to fetch page number 9, even though that data should actually not exist. And indeed, there is no data at all in there. Now it didn't create an error, but of course, this is not necessary at all. And so let's only do this here if we are not on the last page. So using the terminology, we only want this to run if the page is less than the page count. But of course, we don't have that variable here yet, and so we need to compute it first. And page count, just like in the pagination component, is equal to math.ceil. So rounding up the count, which we do have, and then divide it by page size. All right, so let's try to go to page 7, reload. Then it did load page number 8, but number 9 is not loaded because it doesn't exist. So that problem is fixed. And now let's go back here, because then we see that we have basically the same issue as before. So then, of course, these pages here haven't been loaded because we only prefetch the next page, but not the previous page. Well, that's easy to fix. We just grab this code here. And so if the page is greater than 1, so if we're not on page number 1, then we also want to prefetch page -1. So also the previous page. So if I reload page 5 now, then it will automatically fetch, of course, page 5, but also 6 and 4. And so with this, we can always comfortably move around back and forth between all our pages. And the user will never see any loading spinner, meaning that this looks just as if the data would actually be paginated on the front end, while in reality we know that this data is indeed actually fetched from the server. But since it is pre-fetched, we really do not notice it. All right, and this is how pre-fetching works. And we could, if we wanted, of course, pre-fetch all kinds of data here. So as soon as we load this page, we could prefetch all of these here, and we could even prefetch entire pages, basically. So we could, for example, prefetch always the cabins and the bookings, and so then as soon as the user reached those pages, they would never ever see a loading spinner. But I think that one of the best use cases is indeed pagination, as we just did in here. Now, as an alternative to all this, so to prefetching and having pagination in the first place, would be to use infinite queries for infinite scroll with React Query. So React Query also has that feature built in, and so if you want, you can check out the documentation and read all about that. So I will not implement that in this application because I think this solution here is actually better and a bit more necessary. And so I don't want to cover, of course, the entire library from front to back. So I'm showing you like 80% of the most important stuff. But if you want the other 20%, then as always, you can just go and read the documentation. All right. So with the booking table now finished, let's move on to building the booking detail page. And the way that we are going to access that page is again with this context menu that we built earlier. So here in each of these booking rows, we want to have that menu where we can click. And then one of the options will lead us to the booking detail page of the corresponding booking row. So let's start with that. And so let's come to booking row. And then here we need that menu that we built earlier. Now, remember how we already placed the entire booking table inside the menus component, which is exactly that compound component that we built in the previous section. And so now inside that, we need to use the menus.menu component. So that's going to be here inside each booking row. And in case you don't remember exactly how this worked, then always feel free to go back to the videos where we implemented the cabin row. So there we did this all in great detail. But anyway, here we now need menus.menu. And then each of these menus will contain a toggle and a list of buttons. So menu.toggle, and here this needs an ID. And so the ID, let's just use the bookings ID, but it could really be any value that we wanted. And then here, after that, we need the menus.list. And here it's also menus. So this needs to have the exact same ID as the toggle, so that basically clicking on this button right here will open up this list with the same ID. And now in here, we will have multiple menus.button. So let's pass in an icon, and here we will use the eye icon. So showing that this is to see the details. And so let's write exactly that. So see details, and if we save this, then we immediately get something here. So we get that button, and when we click, we have this only option that we have right now. So see details. Then when we click that, it will actually close it, but not do anything. And so let's also then add the on-click prop, which this button here accepts. So what do we want to happen when we click on this button? And actually it needs to be outside here, of course. But anyway, here when we click, we want to navigate to a new page. And that new page we actually didn't implement yet, but we talked about it when we first talked about all the pages that we need in this application. And so here is where we have bookings / and then the booking ID itself. All right. And well, here, of course, we don't only need this, but this was just to tell you that this is the page that we want to navigate to. And so let's now wrap this actually into the navigate function. So navigate, which is going to come from React Router. So this then needs to be a callback function. And then all we need to do is to grab that navigate, let's say right here. From use, navigate like this, and there we go. So now as we click this, the page will not exist, but we can see here that we did exactly get what we wanted. So bookings / 23. So this page you're looking for cannot be found. And let's now come back to app.js and implement a new route. So this one we don't have yet, and we don't even have the booking page here. So let's also add that. So booking.jsx. All right. Let's just write something here. And then where were we? Okay, let's just duplicate this one because it's similar. But then, of course, here we need to add the booking ID param. So this is old news at this point. So we have done this many, many times before. So now let's try to import this booking page. And there we go. And so now we should see exactly this page with booking detail that I mentioned earlier, or that we wrote here earlier. Great. And so now it's time to actually display the details of the booking here on this page. Now for that, we actually already have the booking detail component right in the bookings feature folder. So let's open that one up. And so basically all we want to do is to now render exactly this component here on the page. So here on the booking, we will not even have a heading because that heading will actually need the booking ID that it receives from the URL. Now, remember the rule that we set for ourselves in the beginning, which is that a page should not fetch data and also not have any other side effects. Now, this is not a hard rule in React or in front-end development, but it's a rule that I've seen many people use, and I also use it myself, because this makes the pages folder a lot cleaner and then leaves much of the development work in the features folder. So again, then we can just implement the page here, close the folder, and completely forget about it, because all the things that are related to bookings will live here in this bookings folder. And so all that we will do here is to just basically grab the booking detail here. So this looks a bit ridiculous indeed, but this is what we need in order to stay consistent. So let's close this folder, and now we can turn our attention to this component right here, which gives us immediately some kind of error, but that was to be expected. So let's see what we have here. Cannot read properties of undefined. Okay, so that's inside the booking data box, but never mind about that. So let's just comment out this for now. And there is our page. Nice. Now it already has these two buttons here, which simply go back, and they should already work. So indeed, then we are back. But if we click here, then we are again back on bookings 23. Now, okay. And so now let's actually get the data for booking number 23 from our API. And so for this, we will again do all the things that we did earlier. So we need again a function in our services. Then we need a custom hook from React Query, or that will include React Query. And then we will use that custom hook to get the data into the component right here. Now, as for the services, I did already create the get booking function here, and it is similar to what we had with get bookings earlier. So we select from the bookings everything about the booking, and then also everything about the cabins and the guests foreign tables. And we want this information exactly for this one row where the ID is equal to the ID that we pass into this function. And this will then return an array, and with single, we grab the single object out of the array. So then we just return that here. And so then to get that into React Query, let's again create ourselves our own custom hook. So I will just again copy and paste this one. So use cabins and then paste that here. It's going to be called use booking. So just one single one. And then here, use booking, rename this and this and this and this to booking. And then here, we actually need to call get booking with some ID. Exactly like this. But now, what is this ID going to be? So where are we going to get it from? Well, we can read it actually right from the URL's params. So this 23 right here is a param. And so let's read that. Now, again, we have two options of where we read it. So we can either read it here and then pass it into use booking, or we can just do that right here. And I believe that the best option is to do it here, because then use booking is a bit more self-contained. So it doesn't depend on anything outside. So the param, we gave it the name booking ID when we defined the route. And so that's exactly the name that we need here. And then use params from React router. Let's delete that one. And then let's use the booking ID right here. So then we pass it into the function, and then the function will grab all the booking data about the one with this ID. We'll store it into the use query cache, and then it can be rendered on the page. Now here, let's just for the fun of it, define something else, which is retry to false. So remember that by default, React Query will try to fetch data 3 times in case that it fails in the beginning. But sometimes that might not make so much sense. And so here in this case, basically not finding the data probably means that it doesn't exist in the first place. And so then there's no point in retrying. So I think this looks good. And so let's come back to our booking detail. And then let's grab booking and is loading from use booking. And then here, in case if we are still loading, then as always, let's just return our spinner. Okay, now here we are missing this status. And so let's grab that from the booking right here. So status we need from the booking. And there we go. Nice. Here we just want to replace the booking ID. So let's also take that one out. So booking ID. And well, that doesn't look correct. And I guess the reason is that there actually is no booking ID, but just an ID. So we can rename that. And nice. There we go. Let's go back, this time with this button. And now if we open this one, we are at booking number 9. Now this page isn't that useful on its own. And so now we need to render all the details about this actual booking. So that's where this component right here comes into play. So yet another of these pre-built components. And this really is a purely presentational component. So it receives this booking prop, and then it simply destructures it into all these different variables, and then it displays all this stuff right here. And we need this to be its own component because, as you will see soon, we actually need this again in some other place. All right, so let's now reactivate this. And then here you see this beautiful design of this booking detail page. So here we have basically the most important details, like how many nights they stay and in which cabin. Then we have all the information about the guest, whether they have breakfast, and even the entire price, and when the booking was created. Nice. So with this details page now in place, we are ready to add then some options to this booking. Like for example, deleting it or checking it out or checking it in. And so that will be the task of the next few lectures. In this lecture, we will take care of one of the most important parts of this application, which is to check in guests into the hotel as they arrive. Now, what's important to understand about this part is that a certain booking may not have been paid yet when the guest arrives. So basically, the idea is that a guest can make a booking, for example, on an online site, which can be made without payment. So basically for the guest to only pay it at the hotel when they arrive. Now, what this means is that in these cases, payment needs to be accepted at the hotel. This payment, however, happens outside of the application. So we will not have any payment processing integrated into our app. However, hotel employees need to confirm that they did in fact receive the payment as they check in a guest. And only then the guest can actually be checked in. Also, during checkout, guests should be able to buy breakfast for the entire stay if they hadn't done that already. So let's now get back to work and implement these two things over this lecture and the next one. Now the place in the user interface where we actually want to check in a user is right here in this booking detail page. So like having a button here, or also we can do so directly here from this context menu. So we also want to have a link here, and later on we will even be able to check in guests that arrive at that day right here in the dashboard. But for now, let's first add a button here and also onto the detail page. So here we need to add a new button. With a text of check in, then the icon should be high arrow down square. And yeah, here again it is menus. And then finally we want a callback here. So an on-click prop similar to the one where we go to the bookings page. So here we need to close this one up. And then here we have one too much apparently. All right, so let's see. And so then here we have this check-in icon. But then, of course, instead of going to bookings, we want to go to check in. And then we still pass in the booking ID. Now, what's important here is that actually not all bookings can be checked in. So for example, bookings that are already checked in can of course not be checked in again, and the ones that are already checked out can also not be checked in again. Let's just quickly go back to 10 results per page here. So let's reload that here. But in any case, the only bookings that can be checked in are the unconfirmed one. And so let's add that condition here that we only want to render this if the status is actually unconfirmed. And that doesn't look like unconfirmed. And so let's see. So actually we want all of them. But that doesn't seem to really work. Actually it does. So here we have the check-in button, but here we don't. So that is just perfect. And now we want something similar here, also in the booking details page. So let's come right here, and then right here in this button group. Here, of course, it's not menus.button, but just a regular button. And we also don't need the icon here, but the rest is actually the same. Now here we then need to get the navigate function. And there we go. So again, this one here is not going to have that button, but then the other ones will. So with the unconfirmed status. So that's taking some time for some reason. But anyway, let's now implement actually the check-in route in app.js. So I think we haven't done that yet. And indeed, we have not. But let's just duplicate this one. And then here, the difference is only that this one is called check-in. And once again, we also don't have the page yet. So check-in.jsx. And then here we actually have a similar situation than what we had earlier with the booking page, because here all we are going to do is to return this check-in booking component. So let's bring that in. So check-in booking like this. So that's this component right here. But first we need to import that. Just like this. All right. So notice how here we are in a new features folder. So this one is called check-in out. And here we basically have a checkout button and then this check-in button component. And this component here is very similar to the booking detail page. There will just be some differences, as we will see soon. But anyway, let's now test this. So here, again, the checked in page doesn't have that button, but here, this one should have the button. So indeed, there is check in, and so now we can actually go there. So we moved to check in, so the URL changed, but here everything looks the same. And so that's, I think, because in the route definition, we still haven't changed that here. So here we actually want the check-in page. So we need to bring that in manually here. Let's just bring this to the very top where it belongs. And then we have some problem. So maybe, well, here, that actually looks correct. So let's see. Probably there's just some problem with that check-in component. Let's just try that again. And indeed, the problem is again in the booking data box. So just like before, let's just take this out. And then there we go. So here on the check-in page, it actually says check-in booking and then with the number of the booking. So 26 in this case. And so what we need to do here first is to bring in the data about the current booking. And so we will do that exactly in the same way as in the previous lecture. So booking and is loading and coming from use booking. Then we need to bring that in as well. So booking and then use booking like this. It's already been declared. And that's just because here we need to get rid of that. And then also, in case we are still loading, let's return that spinner component. And now that's not even importing automatically for some reason. But there we go. So now we get that value of 26. And then right here, we can bring back this booking data box. So here we have again all that data that we already saw earlier about a booking, with the difference that here it says check in, and then here is basically the final button where we can really do the check-in itself. So this page looks very similar to the details page, but that's on purpose because later on we will probably do most of the check-ins right from the dashboard. So then we go immediately to this page, and so not through the details page. But anyway, now it's time to implement that small feature where the hotel employee needs to confirm whether this booking has already been paid. And so for that, we will want to add a checkbox down here, and then the user has to click that checkbox, and only then they can confirm right here. All right, at least in case the booking hasn't been paid yet. So if we want the checkbox here and this button here to respond to that checkbox, that means that we need a piece of state. Right, so let's create that here. I like to always do it at the very beginning. And let's say confirm paid and set confirm paid. Use state. And then we want to connect this state here with that checkbox that I was just talking about. Now here again in our UI folder, we already have a checkbox component that we can use. So this is basically just implementing a standard checkbox input plus a label. So let's use that component here. And let's also place all of that into the box component that we have here in the same file. And then comes that checkbox. So here we can say, I confirm that, and then the name of the guest. So that's guests dot full name has paid the total amount. And then later on, we will actually place that value there. But here we already now have this checkbox. And if we click here, then that will turn on. But now we need to make this a controlled element, of course. And so there, for that, we pass in the confirm paid. So that's the state. And then we also need the onChange prop. And so this is again our standard callback function where we then set that. So set confirm paid. And then we basically toggle that. Let's just give it an ID here as well. And there we go. All right. And so now we actually need to set this value here at the very beginning. So in this case, for example, this booking has already been paid. And so then we can immediately set this here to true. Now we can't actually use the value of booking.isPaid to set the initial state here of confirm paid, because by the time this component here mounts, that value hasn't arrived yet. So we need to start out with false here, and then later on with an effect, we can set that value. So let's actually do that right here. So use effect, just a simple callback here. And we will want to run this effect whenever booking.isPaid has been updated. And so here, what we want to do is set confirm paid to booking. And now here we need optional chaining because this might not exist yet, or otherwise to false. And here we can even use the nullish coalescing operator. And yeah, we also need to move up the booking here. All right, now that for some reason hasn't worked, which it should. But apparently we have some error here. So cannot read properties of undefined. So here we have the same problem as before. So maybe we can just include booking here. That should be good enough. And let's reload that again. But it's still not confirmed there. So let's see. And here actually it's not value, but checked. So let's see. And now, nice. That is checked. And in this situation, the user actually shouldn't even be able to undo this. So let's set this to disabled. whenever confirm paid is true. So now this can no longer be removed. And so in this situation, we are now free to check in the booking. So here we also need a disabled state, which is whenever confirm paid is actually not true. So when the opposite is true, then in that situation, this button here will be deactivated. So let's try another one. So let's see this one here. Actually, we want check in. So all of them have already been paid, at least the ones that we have seen. Let's maybe see this one. And this one did not. But for some reason it changed. Let's reload this. So that was strange. Let's see this again. Let's click on check in immediately. Well, maybe I saw it wrong. And for some reason, it sometimes takes some time for the data here to arrive. And just looking here at the DevTools, I think I'm seeing what the problem is. So here in this key, we actually also want to include the booking ID itself. So this is actually a bug that we need to fix right now. So let's come here to our use booking. And then here we need to include the booking ID. And so this is very important because otherwise, as we switch between these different booking pages, the data that each of them gets will be the same. So each of them will still be coming in here from this cache with the same name for all of them. But now each page will have its unique name. So let's go back here. Let's change, or let's check this one here. And so now we also get the loading spinner, which earlier we were actually not seeing. So let me try to find another unpaid one. Or let's just go with Emma Watson here. So this one here is not paid yet. And so this is one of the situations where in the hotel, we actually need to accept the payment. And so right now that hasn't happened. And so then we cannot click this button. So we are not allowed to check this guest in. But then as we click here, then the payment has been received and we can click here. And of course, now as we click, nothing happens. And so let's take care of that next. So here we go back. This one we no longer need. The booking row we also no longer need. The booking detail, the same thing. And also the same thing with the constants. Now here, let's just quickly finish this part here. So here we also want the total amount of, and let's bring in the format currency function and then just with the total price. All right. And then let's actually take care of checking the user in. Now, what is actually checking the user in? Well, all that we're going to do is basically update the booking. So let's check out what the booking looks like, just so we see what we actually have to do. So here in the bookings table, we have a remember that status field, which should appear here at some point. So we have the status. And so basically checking in means to change the status from unconfirmed to checked in, right? So basically being checked in means that the booking status is indeed set to checked in. And also is paid will need to be set to true because that's what we have just been working on. So making sure that the employee has actually received the payment. And so then for sure this is true. And so basically what we will now do is a mutation where we update a booking by setting these two fields. So the status to checked in and the is paid to true. And so let's create a new custom hook here called use checkin.js. So export function use checkin, and this time let's actually do it again by hand because we haven't done that in a long time. And we don't just want to always copy paste everything because then we also don't learn. So here we will want to use, as I mentioned earlier, the use mutation hook. And so this will then return the mutate function, which we want to save here as, or rename as check-in. And we also get the is loading state, which we can rename to is checking in. And then here, as always, we need the mutation function. And so this is where we will then call this function that we already have in our services, which is update booking. So very similar to update cabins that we did before, which is the reason why we are not writing this one here from scratch. So just like before, it receives the ID of the row that needs to be updated and the object with all the new field values. So all the values for the columns that are going to be updated. So update booking. And so here we need the booking ID, and we are going to receive that by passing it in to this mutate function. And then the second argument needs to be that data that will be updated. And so, as we said earlier, here the status will be changed to checked in, and is paid will be set to true. All right, so that is the mutation function. Then let's also define some onSuccess handlers. So first of all, let's bring back our friend the toast notifications. And so here we will have a success. Let's do a template literal, because here I actually want to show you something, which I don't remember if we did it already before or not. I think I mentioned this, but in any case, this onSuccess function here does actually receive some data. And that data is exactly the data, so it's the value that is returned from the function. So this one right here is returned from this mutation function. And so that will then become the data in the onSuccess handler. And so therefore, we can then do booking number data.id successfully checked in. All right. Then we also want to invalidate the queries as always. So let's get the query client from use query client like this. So invalidate queries. And previously what we did here was to pass in the query key. But we can also do it in another way, which is simply to say active true. And so this will then invalidate all the queries that are currently active on the page. So this is a bit easier because then we don't have to remember any query keys. And then finally, we also want to navigate back to the dashboard. So navigate from use, navigate, and then here we will go back to the home page, which is basically that dashboard. And then just to finish, let's also do an onError. And here we will just toast.error there was an error while checking in. Okay, and then all we have to do is to return an object with the check-in function and is checking in. Okay, so this video is running a bit long already, but let's just drive it home here. So here we will just grab those two. So check in and is checking in from use check in. And so then let's use finally the function here. So first, let's also make sure again that payment has been received. So if is not confirm paid, then return, but otherwise check in the current booking ID. And then let's also use the is check in state. So here let's also disable if is checking in and the same thing on the button. All right, so let's give it a try. So right now, again, we can not click here. And now we should be able. All right, so let's try that. And indeed, booking number 9 was successfully checked in. And if now we go back here to the bookings, then indeed, Emma Watson, which is the one that we have been working on, is checked in. And if we see the details, then we see that everything has been paid. Great. So this part is now actually working. And so now let's move on to the next lecture, where we will also add the ability for the guest to buy breakfast as they check in. So as the second part of the check-in process, let's now allow guests to also add additional breakfast if they haven't done so initially. So for example, this guest right here did not buy breakfast initially when the booking was first made. And so now we want to add another checkbox here to basically allow the guest to do that now. So let's add that before here. So let's create another box and another checkbox as well. So here we're going to have the checked state, and for that we need to again create a new piece of state. So let's call it add breakfast and set at breakfast. And initially this is going to be false, and then we use that right here. Then as always, the onChange handler. But here we will need to do multiple things. So first of all, of course, we want to toggle this checked value. So set breakfast. And then as always, we just toggle that value. And so that should now already be working. But even more importantly is that whenever we change that we want to add breakfast, we also need to set the paid state back to false. So set confirm paid to false, because if the guest adds some more things that they need to pay, then even if they had already paid, they will need to pay something more. And so it makes sense to then put it back to false. Now here, then let's say want to add breakfast for, and then here the price. And so here we got that checkbox, and we should also give it an ID so that we can easily click there on that label as well. And there we go. Now this guest here hadn't paid already anyway, so let's also check out this other guest, Maria Gomez. So go to check-in, and so here, this guest also has no breakfast, but they have already paid. And so now if I click here, then that should deactivate. And indeed it does, because now they need to pay some additional value. And let's actually next calculate that value that will need to be calculated. And so for this, we will actually need to use our settings. So remember how in our API, we have this settings, and there one of the values is exactly, and let's wait for it here. So one of the values is the price of the breakfast. And so now we can use that setting to calculate the price. And this was actually one of the reasons why I decided to implement this feature, so that it actually makes sense that we defined those settings. But anyway, we already have the use settings hook right here. And so let's just use that here. So from this, we will get these settings and then is loading state. And since we already have one, let's call this one is loading the settings. And then use settings. And let's bring that in here. Use settings from then settings and use settings. And here I noticed that actually this should be called use check-in, not like this. So yeah, here is a problem with this name. And then also here. But the name of the file was actually correct. But anyway, now we can actually calculate the price of breakfast here. So let's say optional breakfast price. And so here we now get the settings dot breakfast price times the number of nights times the number of guests. And I'm noticing that here it needs to be after this part, but there we go. So where do we need that? Right here. Optional breakfast price. And also we should only even render this box if the guest didn't choose breakfast initially. So no has breakfast. And yeah, now we get this price. We just need to wrap up again in our formatting. Yeah, so right here. And nice. So we click here, then that deactivates this. Then we can check in because we need to then declare that we received the entire payment. However, now here it's not only the 450, but also we need to add the price of breakfast. So let's come back here and change this. So basically, if no add breakfast, then this is the value that we need to display. But otherwise, we need to add to that also the breakfast price. So let's actually create a template literal here. And then in here, we want to format currency of total price plus format currency of the optional breakfast price. And then out there in parentheses, we basically want to write out these two values separately so that we can actually see what that value is made of. So total price, and then plus, again, part of the string. And then here, finally, the optional breakfast price. Okay, so that doesn't look right. And of course, this addition needs to, of course, happen inside the function here. All right, then next up, let's also use this value here, which we haven't used yet. And so here, let's say, while we are loading both the booking or the settings, then we need to return our spinner. And then finally, we of course also need to pass in all the relevant data here into the check-in function. So that's actually the most important part. And so let's take care of that now. So first of all, we need a conditional here. So let's say if at breakfast, then do something, and if not, then do this. Okay. Now here into the check-in function, we will need to pass in something more than just the booking ID. So we will also have to pass in that now breakfast will be set to true, and we will need to pass in the new prices. So the new extras price and the total price. So that means that in our check-in function, we need to accept those additional values. And so let's come here and adapt this function here a little bit. So remember how this mutation function can only receive one argument. And so instead of just passing it the booking ID, we will pass in an object. And then here we immediately destructure that object. And so as a second argument, or as a second part of the object, let's pass in a new object called breakfast. And so here is where we will define then all the properties that we need. And then here we will just take all of them out and spread them into this object, which will actually be the one that updates the booking itself. Okay, and this will make more sense once we actually use this function now again. So here we now pass in the booking ID and then that object called breakfast. And so here is where we now set the properties that we want to update on Supabase. So the first one is called has breakfast. And so this one will become true. Then we have the extras price. So on Supabase, it's not called breakfast price, but really extras price. And so this one is, of course, the optional breakfast price that we calculated. And finally, the total price will also need to be updated because it's going to be the current total price plus the optional breakfast price. There we go. But then we also need to adapt this one. So here we still need then to pass in an object, and the breakfast object is also going to be expected. And so just make this an empty object. All right. And so again, now these three here, these three properties will be spread here into the object that we then pass into update booking, which will then update the booking on Supabase. And so with this, we should actually be feature complete. So let's reload here and try it with this guest. So let's say we want to add breakfast, then confirm here, and then let's see. And so that seems to have worked. So let's come back to our bookings, and then here let's get only the checked in ones. So this was our guest here. And indeed, now we do have breakfast, and the price has also been updated. So we now have the additional $25 for breakfast. Great. Let's just try another one. So just to see if the price has also been calculated correctly. So let's check in Fatima. And this guest hadn't even paid yet. And so let's say that first we clicked here, then we wanted to check in, but then the guests wanted to also add breakfast, which is actually pretty expensive here. So maybe we think that this is a bit too expensive, and then we can go to our settings, update this to 25, or actually to 15, which I think was the original value. And if we then go back, so once this has been updated, so if we then go back to our bookings, the unconfirmed ones, and this one, then indeed the breakfast is a bit cheaper because it's now dynamically reading this value from our settings. So we click here, then we want to add breakfast, and then we need to confirm again that that has also been paid. So let's see. And great. So another feature was successfully implemented. Next up, let's also allow employees to check out a guest once they leave the hotel. And this one is actually going to be a lot simpler than checking in. So here we don't even need a separate page. All we need is a checkout button here in this menu and also on the details page. Now, first of all, only the guests that are currently checked in can actually be checked out. And so let's start with that part. So by adding a button here, if the user or if the guest is actually checked in. So let's come to our booking row. And then here, well, since this is already selected, let's just duplicate it. So basically adding a new button here to this menus list. And so here we want to render this one if the status is currently checked in. Then here the icon, let's make it arrow and then up on square. And then here we will not want, of course, this action. So let's just do something empty here for now, just so we see if the button actually shows up. And so, indeed, here we can now, well, actually we want check out, and there we go. So this one we can check out, and this one we can check in. So the arrow here with the opposite direction. Nice. But now, next up, we need to actually implement the functionality itself. So the logic for checking out a guest. And that logic is actually pretty similar to the check-in logic, because checking out will also be to basically edit or update a booking. So let's just duplicate this file, use checkout, and then all we need to do is to change some names here. So use checkout, then here, let's call this one checkout, and here is checking out, and then of course also here as well. So here successfully checked out, and here, and then the most important part is of course again this mutation function. Now here we do not need to receive any data about breakfast, so all we need really is the booking ID, and then what we want to update really is only the status. So let's get rid of this part here, and then we want to set this to checked out. And this should actually be it. So in here, let's then grab that function. So check out and is checking out from use check out. All right. And yeah, right here. So here, all we need to do now is to call check out with the current booking ID. Then let's make this disabled while is checking out. Okay, that should be it. So let's only select or checked in guests here. So let's check out myself here. But now I cannot see the bottom part, but now we can. So let's check out, and then this should disappear here from this row. And indeed, the booking has successfully checked out. And since that always brings us back to the dashboard, let's then again check. And indeed, now my name here is gone from the list. And it should be in the checked out list. And indeed, here is that booking that we just checked out. Now, maybe in this case, it doesn't even make sense to then redirect the user to the dashboard. So let's remove that part here. And then also all of this. Now, well, there's some problem here, but not really. Okay, so we have this part here working. Let me actually just copy, well, all of this. And so then we can place the exact same thing also on the booking detail. So here we already had this button here to check in. And so let's also add one to check out. So getting rid, of course, of the menus part, because this is here just a regular button. But then, of course, we need to import all of this here. So just like this. And let's see if this actually imported correctly. And it looks like it did. So let's just grab those values. So check out and is checking out from use checkout like this. Well, here, for some reason, we are not using. Here it needs to be checkout like this again. And, well, I think this should work now. So let's go again to all our checked in bookings. This time, let's see the details. And there is our button to check out. So let's click. And indeed, now the status here has also been updated to checked out, because with React Query, as soon as the mutation has been successful, we invalidated the query, and so then this data was refetched. Nice. So we are almost done with working here on these individual bookings. All we have left to do is to add a feature for also deleting a booking by adding a button down here. But actually, before we go do that in the next lecture, there is one very important bug that we need to fix. So let me show you what I mean by that. So let's come here to the bookings table, and then let's go here to the last page. So we're at the last page, and now let's say that I want to filter by unconfirmed. So let's see what's going to happen. And what does happen is some kind of problem here. So let's see what we have here. And so here indeed an offset of 20 was requested, but there are only 10 rows. And so the problem is that we are here still trying to request data for page number 3, even though with the status of unconfirmed, there are no 3 pages of data. So basically what we need to do is whenever we set a new filter, we also need to reset the page to 1. And so let's just quickly come here to our filter component and do that right here. So let's check if the page has actually been set. So if search params dot get page, then let's do search params dot set the page to 1 again. And so this will then solve this problem. So let's just do a hard reload here. Then coming back to some other page. So again, page number 3. And then now see how this actually changed back to page number 1. And so now this works because indeed we have less than even 10 results. So you really only have this one page, and so the pagination doesn't even show up. So very important bug, but this kind of things can always happen. And so I detected it, and now we fixed it. So the last feature that we need to implement about a single booking is the ability to delete it. So basically here to this list, so to this menu, we want to add a button to delete the booking, and also here onto the details page, we want basically like a red button here to also delete a booking from here. And we actually already did something pretty similar earlier with the cabins. And so I think that it's a good idea to leave this for you as a challenge. So I want you to pause the video now and then implement this feature on your own. So take maybe 15 or 30 minutes, and then I see you back here once you're done. Okay, so hopefully you had some success with that. And so let's now get started building this feature. And first, here in these menus, so in the booking row itself. Now remember how we do not immediately delete a booking as we click on the delete button, but instead we first want to show a modal window with the confirm delete component inside of it. And so to start, we need to bring back our modal window component that we built earlier. So modal, and then let's wrap the entire thing into that modal. So basically all the way down here. Then we need to, of course, bring that in. There we go. And now remember that a modal has an open child component and a window child component. So let's add that open button here to the list. And so here we will have modal.open, and this then needs the opens prop for the name of the modal that it will actually open. So let's call this one delete. And then here is where we need to pass in the button. And so in this case, that button will be menus.button. And so this is, again, quite confusing here, but while this is just the structure that we have built, or the API that we have built in these two compound components that are now playing together here. So here, delete, booking, and then we also need to pass in the icon prop. So here we use that one again, and then next up, we also need the modal.window. And this should be outside here of the list, or maybe even of the menu itself. So really, let's just place this here. So modal.window, and then this needs to have the name corresponding to the opens prop up there, like this. And then in here, we pass the component that we actually want to render inside the modal. So that's going to be confirm delete, like this. And again, we need to manually bring this in sometimes. All right. And then we need to specify a few props here. So first of all, the resource name, which is bookings or just booking. And then the onConfirm prop, which is basically the callback function that will be called whenever we click on the confirm button. So here is where we will want to call some delete booking function. Now we don't have that yet, so let's just place this here so we don't create an error, and then let's go ahead and create ourselves yet another custom hook. So we have use booking, use bookings, and now we will create use delete bookings. But since we already have something very similar here, let's just copy and paste that to save some time. But please feel totally free to also write this code here on your own. So use delete booking. And then here changing all of the names. Then here, let's change this to delete booking everywhere. So we actually already have that delete booking function here in our API bookings file. So here we even need to only change this. And then finally here, the query key that we want to invalidate is bookings. And so this will then invalidate all the queries that have bookings in the array itself. So for example, it will also invalidate this query, even though it has a lot of other stuff here. All right, so this I think should be done. And so coming back here, let's then bring all of that in. So delete booking and is deleting, I believe. And once again, we need to somehow, for some reason, bring that in manually. So let's do use delete booking from use delete booking. Now, okay, let's just clean up our imports here a little bit. And there we go. Okay, so where were we? Yeah, right here. So now all we need to do is to pass in delete booking with the current booking ID. And this should already be enough to make this work. So let's reload, no bugs here. And then let's try to delete this booking here. So indeed, we get our modal window just like we wanted. Let's click delete and beautiful. So that booking is gone and our query has successfully revalidated and fetched this data again. And so this time without that booking that we just deleted. Let's try another one just to be sure. So the one with Emma Watson, and now that one is gone as well. And down here we also get now the new number of just 22 results. And of course, don't worry about deleting these bookings because we can always get them back simply by clicking here. All right. And so now all that we have to do is to implement the same functionality with a button here. So we will still want a modal window. And so let's actually grab this part here with the confirm delete and place that right here close to this final button. So first of all, let's bring in the modal window again. And so then here we will have modal.window, and then we just need the modal .open here as well. So then again, the opens prop set to delete. And here we're just going to use a regular button, but with the variation set to danger. And so this will then make the button red, and then here delete booking. All right, then we need to bring in this component, and let's also grab then this part right here. Place that somewhere like here. And nice. There is the button, and it should actually already be working. So let's click, and it was successfully deleted, but now this isn't really what we want. So basically this should now close, and we kind of want to go back to the table where we were before. Right? So this doesn't really make a lot of sense. Also because this page actually no longer exists. So if we were trying to load this now, then it wouldn't work. Again, because this doesn't exist anymore. And so here in this case, right after the booking has been deleted, we actually want to go back to the previous page. Now before we do that, let's actually also pass in the disabled prop with the is deleting state. And the same thing here. So we are still not using that variable. And so let's do that here indeed. All right. But anyway, now here we want that functionality that as soon as the booking has been deleted, we want to move back. So how can we do that? Well, remember how we learned in an earlier lecture that we can also add these, for example, on success or on error handlers, not only into the on mutation hook, but only right into the individual mutate function. So again, we do not need to specify these handlers for all of the mutations, but we can also do it for individual mutations, which is what we want to do now. So we want to have a different behavior in this mutation here. So in this deletion, than we want here. So here we want nothing to happen once it was successful, but here in this one, we want to move back. And so we do not add that handler right here into the on success, but really only in this one. So as a second part here, we pass in an object with all the options that we want to specify. And so here we could now do on success, or we could also do really on settled. So on settled means that this will always happen no matter if it's an error or a success. So let's use that one. And then here, all we will want to do is to navigate back by one step. Give this a save. And so now if we delete this, then nothing will happen. So just the deletion itself. But if we now come here to this details page of Jonathan Williams and delete this, then as soon as that happens, we move back to the bookings page. Great. And with this, we finished working on the individual booking level. Now, one thing that we could also do would be to edit a booking, but that would really be a lot of work because we have all these moving parts with the different guests and the different cabins. And so that would become kind of a mess. So of course it would be doable, but it would take a lot of time to do that here in this video. And so instead, let's now move on to one of the most important and most exciting parts of this project, which is to finally implement a real authentication system. Now it's time to turn our attention to one of the most fundamental parts of building web applications, and that is user authentication and authorization. So at the very beginning, we said that users actually need to be logged into the application in order to use it. And so now we're going to use Supabase to implement this super important part of this and of most other web applications. We will also use Supabase to sign up users in the first place, to update their data and password, and even to upload a user avatar. So this is really, really exciting stuff that we use in the real world all the time. And so let's now get to it. And we're going to start by implementing the login form. So we already have the login page and the login route, but then we don't have any real content here. And so now we need that form where the user can input their email or their username and their password. So we actually already have most of that stuff done. So here inside our features folder in authentication, we already have the login form. And so let's move here to the pages. So to the login page, and then here, let's basically import that login form component. So login form like this, and nice. So this already looks like something. Make this a bit smaller, and then maybe let's also place the company's logo here and also some title there. So for that, we can use the logo component that we already have and also the heading component. And let's try an H3 here. And then log in to your account. All right. Now here, maybe we need some other type of heading. So let's try to create an H4. So that doesn't exist yet. And so let's come here. And then let's just copy paste this part and create an H4. So let's make it slightly bigger here, a bit more font weight, and also text align to the center. And beautiful. So that's looking really nice, I think. And so with this, we finished the login page. And so let's now come check out our login form. So here we already have two pieces of state because here we simply have these two inputs, which are controlled elements. Then here we also have the form row vertical. So this component that was already in your starter files and which is very similar to the form row that we built ourselves earlier. So it's just the difference that here the styling is a lot simpler. Then here we have the standard stuff for controlled elements. And then here we also have this autocomplete prop, which is basically used by password managers to make login forms work a little bit better. So this has nothing to do with React. It's, again, just for password managers. All right. And so this is the JSX basically that we need for a form. And then we can now start working on the handle submit. But before we can do that, let's actually finally head over to Supabase and create our very first user here. Now, remember how I mentioned earlier that the users are not a normal table right here, but instead we come to the Authentication tab, and then here is where we have basically a table with our users. Now, before we create a new user here, let's first come to the providers here. And so here you can actually enable all kinds of different providers, where by default we have the email provider activated. So basically this allows users to sign up using a password and an email. Now what I want you to do here is to deactivate this confirm email. So for now we don't need this part because for development, this is going to be a bit easier. But here you can really use all kinds of third-party services very easily, all integrated into Supabase. So you can have login with Apple or with GitHub, and here you just have to set up a few things from your GitHub account, and then with that, you can start accepting logins from GitHub. So this is really, really cool, but I'm not going to go into that because you can always go read the documentation for those parts. Here in this application, we will just use the very simple and standard email authentication. All right, so let's come back here to our users and let's add a new user. So here I will just use jonas@example.com, but of course you can use any email that you want. And then here as a password, I will just use pass, so PASS 0987. And again, you can just create any password that you want. So then let's create our user. And then all we have to do is to connect this entire thing with our front end. All right. So let's then again come here to our API documentation. And then here, let's select authentication. So here, they explain a little bit how authentication works here. And basically behind the scenes, this is using the JWT technology, which I'm not going to go into here. So you can check all of that out if you want in my Node.js course, where we basically do this here from scratch. But anyway, what really matters here is actually the user management part. So here we can see how to sign up users, how to log them in with email password, and in other ways as well. We can also then use OAuth. We can get the currently logged in user, and we can even do a password reset flow, and then updating and logging out. So we will use some of them here later, but for now, let's grab this one right here. So we already have the user, so we will do user sign up a bit later. And for now, let's just take this part right here. So copying that. And so now we can, as always, create a new service. So let's call this one here API auth.js. And then here, let's start with a function called login. So then let's paste that in here. And of course, it needs to be an async function. And we need to import our Supabase client. So this Supabase here, as always, is the Supabase client. So this one right here that we have created earlier in this Supabase file. Remember that? But anyway, of course, here we don't want to hard code these values, but this function should receive them as inputs. So let's actually pass in an object here containing email and password. So in modern front-end development, it's pretty common to not pass in multiple arguments into a function, but just one object. So here we then immediately destructure that, and then here we just create a new object with email and password. All right. Then as always, here, let's say if there is an error, then just throw a new error. And this time, let's use the error dot message. Then let's also return the data, and maybe for now, also log it to the console. So basically on our Supabase client, we can use the auth submodule. And so then on here, we can call all kinds of methods. And the most basic one is exactly the sign in with password. And so this then accepts an object which contains exactly the email and the user's password. All right. And so now we can go use this function to log that user that we created initially in. Now, in order to do this, we will again use React query. But for now, just to see if this actually works, let's call this function here directly inside our login form. So right here. This is just a regular form here. So we need to start by preventing default. And then also we need to make sure that email and password actually exist. So if there is no email or no password, then just return. But otherwise, let's call our login function that we just created and pass in that object with email and password. So let's go try this out. So this doesn't need to be so big. And here, let's see if we then get something in our console. So let's use that email that I had earlier, and then the password of pass0987. Let's click login, and then let's wait if something actually happens. And indeed, now here we got our data back from authentication. So we have this active session now with this access token. And so maybe you recognize that this is really just a JWT token. We have a refresh token even. And so that's the stuff about the session. And we have the user itself. So we have when they were created, we have their email. And very importantly, we have this role here of authenticated, which means that indeed the user is now authenticated. And so from now on all the next requests, Supabase will automatically send this data to the server to basically let Supabase know that we are currently authenticated. So Supabase, I believe, stores this data in local storage. So let's check. And yeah, so here is the access token that we just saw earlier with the same refresh token and with the user object itself as well. All right. Now maybe this changes in the future in some way. Well, now I deleted it. So let's get that again, actually, because we will need it inside that local storage in the future. So not sure if this is the data that just came back. But yeah, so now we have this data back in our local storage. Great. Now, of course, once this is done, we then want to redirect the user to the homepage of the application, which in our case is going to be the dashboard. And we also want to show some indicator here that login is actually happening right now. And so for all that, it's best to again use React query. So let's create inside authentication here a new custom hook called use login.js. And then here, let's get rid of this part. And also, let's actually grab this email address from here. And temporarily, while we are developing, I will just place them here as default values so that we don't have to always type it by hand. All right. And so now here, let's create that function. So use login. And then here we will use a mutation actually to handle this login. So it's a mutation because actually something changes on the server. So basically a user gets authenticated, and also it's going to be a lot easier to then handle the success and error states if this is a mutation. So that's really how this should be done. So here we need that mutation function. And so that will then, of course, also receive the email and password as an object that we immediately destructure here. And then this is where we actually call the login function that we created earlier. So again, we pass in email and password. And so, well, this is actually exactly the same. So we could just rename this here to like credentials or so. But let's just leave it like this. That's a bit more explicit. But anyway, here let's now have our on success handler. So not unsettled, but this one here. And so what we want to do, for now at least, is to then navigate to the dashboard. So let's grab the navigate function. And then, as I was saying, we go to the dashboard. All right. Now this here, of course, returns something. So as always, the mutate function and the is loading state, among many other things that we could also use. And so here, let's rename this one to login. And then we actually have a problem where this conflicts with this function. And so just as before, let's rename this as login API. So here, then this is going to be called login API. And the function that we actually get and return is the one called login. So login and is loading will be returned. And actually, let's also create an on error handler. And here, let's actually receive the error object, which will be whatever error is returned here from the mutation function. And so that's then going to be this one right here with this error message. And so here, let's then just log this to the console. So just to know that this is our own one. And then let's also add a toast.error saying that the provided email or password are incorrect. And finally, here we can also log the new user to the console, because remember that here in the onSuccess handler, we can actually get the data that was received from the function as an input. So let's maybe even call that user and not just data. And then let's log that to the console as well. All right. So I think we are done here, but let's just leave it all open. And then we can get that in here. So the login and is loading state from use login like this. And so here, basically, we now do exactly what we had before, login with email and password. Great. Now, next up, let's then also quickly use these is loading states. So just to disable this is loading, and then we need this on all of them. So here as well, and here as well. And now as a final nice touch, we actually have like a really small spinner somewhere here. So spinner, yeah, this spinner mini. So this is going to look really cool. So here, let's say if it's not loading, then just return the text that we had earlier. So log in. But otherwise, here then let's bring in that spinner, and actually it's called spinner mini. Well, for some reason that's not importing. So let's import this one and then reload them or rename them actually everywhere. Okay. And with this, I believe we are all set. So let's reload here and then see what happens here with the spinner. Nice. And beautiful. So that seems to have worked just fine. So we got our new user logged into the console even twice. and we were redirected here to the page's dashboard. Great. So login is indeed working. Let's get rid of these console.logs. And then let's also try it with a wrong password. So let's go back here. Let's reload. Add something more here. And then here we get provided email and password are incorrect. And here we then get this error, which is the actual error from Supabase, which says invalid login credentials. So we could actually even use this error message here for our toast, but the one that we wrote is also fine. But now let's use the correct one again, and there we are in our application. Now the problem with this is that at this point, the only thing that is happening is that we get the user object from Supabase. But that doesn't mean that a user that is not logged in cannot access our application. So anyone can still basically open up any of these pages, even if they are not authenticated. And we can easily prove that by coming again to the application part, then deleting this really here from local storage. So now there's nothing here about the authentication anymore, but still the user, if they reload the page, they can still get access to all of this. And so this is where the second part of this entire flow comes into place, which is authorization. So basically only authorizing the authenticated users into our application. So now let's implement authorization so that only logged in users can actually access our application. And the way we are going to implement this in practice is by basically wrapping the entire application here into a protected route component. So we actually did something like this before in the WorldWise project, but here, of course, we are doing it in a bit more real-world way. So remember that all of these routes right here are child routes of this layout route right here, right? Now, that means that basically all of these components, so all of these pages, are rendered inside this app layout component that we built earlier. And so what we're going to do now is to wrap this app layout itself into that protected route component. And so then that will mean that all of these different routes can only be accessed if the protected layout component determines that there is a currently logged in user. All right, now that sounds more confusing than it actually is. So let's just create that component here in UI. So protected route.jsx like this. And this then will of course need to receive the children. And for now, all we are going to do here is to just return the children. And so then everything will work the same. So let's just try this out now. So, and now we of course need to wrap this around the app layout. So just like this. And again, so now these routes here will all be children not only of the app layout, but also of protected route. And so in that component, we will then only return the children if the user is actually authenticated. So here we will need to take a few different steps. And so let's write them all out here. So first we need to load the authenticated user. Then while that is happening, let's show a spinner. Then if there is no authenticated user, then redirect to the login page. And finally, if there is a user, render the app. And so that's basically this step number 4 here. Okay, and so now let's do these 4 here one by one, starting with loading the authenticated user. And so for that, we once again will create a new function here in API auth. Now you might wonder why we actually need a function to load the user from Supabase again if we just saw the user here in the console right after logging in. Now the thing is that the user might want to access this page a bit later, so not only after they have logged in. So in a web application, even if you logged in like a day ago, and if you then reload the page, you will still want to be logged in, right? Not only immediately after you do that login process. And so then each time that you reload the page, for example, a day later, then that user will need to be refetched from the Supabase API. And so then we can check if that user exists and if they are still authenticated. And so here we will now create a function called getUser, or maybe getCurrentUser. So for this, first we actually need to check whether there is an active session. So for that, we use getSession. And so this will actually get that data from local storage that I showed you earlier. So this receives some data. Let's rename this to session. And so if there is no session at all, so if there is no session.session, which is actually the name, then we just return null here. So then there is really no current user. But if there is, then we can get that user again from Supabase. And once again, you might think that we could just get the user here from the session. And while that is true, it is a bit more secure to just re-download everything from Supabase. All right, so this will get the normal data and error. And then, as always, await Supabase, then the auth module, and then get user. So here, let's log that user, which is called data. Then here, let's just grab this part. And then we are actually only really interested in returning the user itself. So remember how earlier we saw here an object which had the session and the user. So that session is not really important for us. And so let's just return .user and also just make sure to check that it actually exists. All right. Now, as always, we will actually manage this state using React Query. So let's create ourselves a use user hook. And then export function use user. So it will basically get the current user and store it into cache. And so then it will not have to be re-downloaded each time that it's necessary. So here we're going to just use query. And then from there we get, as always, the loading state, which is one of the big reasons why we choose to manage the state always with React Query. Then we get our data, which we rename to user, and then our error, which, well, we're not really going to use, so we don't need it. So use query here, and then the query, let's start with the key. Let's call it just user, and then the query function will be the one that we just created. So that's get current user. Okay, and then from here, let's return the loading state and the user itself. All right. So the login form we no longer need. The app, let's keep it open. And then here, let's use that custom hook that we just created. So we get the user and the is loading state from use user. Now, while this is loading, remember, we then want to show a loading spinner. So return spinner. And actually, we should wrap this here into a full page element so that the spinner then really renders like here in the center of the page. So let's quickly write that here as a styled component. So that we don't have yet. So that's styled from styled components, not from React query dot div. And so let's give it a height of 100 VH. Background color. Here we get one of our variables. Then here, for some reason, we got that code. And then let's just center it using Flexbox. Center, and finally, justify content center as well. And then here, let's just wrap that whole thing in there. Now, the most important part is actually this one, but let's actually immediately try this out. So I believe we did log in earlier. And so again, here we should have something, or actually we don't. Okay, so let's come to the login page. Here we already have our credentials. And so let's log in and notice how we actually got that rotating spinner there, like for a split second, right? Did you see that? And so now here we do have this current user. And so then here basically this function will get that user from the local storage. Then that means that we have a session, and then based on that, we will fetch the current user from Supabase. And so later we then get that data here into our query, so into, or actually React query. And so that should now be in here. And indeed, here is all the data that we need. And one of the most important parts, again, is this role here set to authenticate it. And so let's actually here immediately use that to also return the is authenticated data, so that we don't have to check it anywhere else, but instead we compute that right here. So user, and if they exist, dot role equal authenticated. So that's exactly, again, what we have here. So if this part here is true, then is authenticated will be true. And then based on that, here we can take this decision. So whether the user should be redirected to login or if the application should be rendered. All right. And so now for the ultimate test, let's try this again. And then we should again see that rotating spinner there. So saw that. That was again because our user was fetched from Supabase. Okay. And now for the final part, if there is no authenticated user, then we want to redirect back to login, because in this situation, the user is of course not allowed into the application. And so that's what redirecting to login basically means. So here we will need the navigate function once again from use navigate like this. But we are only allowed to call this function here inside some other function, like in a callback or in a use effect. So not at the top level of the component. And so here let's just use a use effect for that. So we create our function here. And so here we can say, so actually we don't even need the user here, but all we need is that isAuthenticated state that we created earlier. And so now here we can say if is not authenticated, then we want to navigate to the login page. Nice. But actually this is not even enough, because in the beginning, while we are still loading, the user is also not authenticated yet. But that doesn't mean that we want to redirect them to the login page. And so here, let's also say and is not is loading. So basically, when we are no longer loading and then the user is not authenticated, then that means that they are not allowed into the application. And so then we redirect them to the login page. Now here, thanks to this error message here, we can again prevent some big mistake, which would be to call this hook here conditionally. So this is here a condition, and so that would then change the call order of our React hooks, which remember is not allowed. And so that's why we have these ESLint rules that prevent us from doing that. So let's then just change the order here. And then here we need to also give this effect all the things that it needs. So is loading, and I guess also the navigate function. Okay. And now I believe that we actually have everything here. In the end here, let's just make sure that this really only get returned if is authenticated. So only then return these children, which again is just the application itself. So let's reload, and we are still logged in. And so beautiful. And I guess that if we remove this access token from here, so from local storage, and you can do that, or you also don't have to, then immediately, actually, once we go back to the app, we are redirected to the login page. Great. So this means that indeed the logic that we just wrote is actually working. So here we do have the user, but we see that it is null. So it doesn't exist, basically. And the reason for that comes from here, because the session does not exist. All right. But now let's indeed log in again. And, well, nothing happened. So we should have moved now actually to the dashboard. So let's just manually reload here and try that again. And great. So that does actually work. We just had to reload the page here. Now maybe you noticed that we still got that rotating spinner there. So let me show that to you again by deleting this here, which is effectively logging out. And so then if I reload, yeah, then it automatically gets me here. Let's just make sure again by manually loading. And then watch what happens as I click here. So for a short period of time, you will see the spinner rotating there. So, saw that? Now, in this case, that's not really necessary. I mean, it is necessary if we come back later to the page, like so. Then here, React Query will of course need to refetch the user's data. But immediately after we logged in, that data has just been downloaded at that very moment. And so in that situation, it's not necessary to then run this again. So running this get current user again. Instead, React Query could simply get this data from the cache if we put it there immediately after logging in, right? So that would be a really nice thing and make the login a little bit quicker. So it's not 100% necessary to do this, but I think it's a good idea to do so. And so let's come in here to use login. And so on success, what we're going to do is what I just said. So we will take the newly logged in user and basically manually add them to the React query cache. So for that, first of all, we need again our query client. And so with this, I will show you yet another really great feature of React Query. So use query, or actually it's use query client. So this one we do not need. And then here on that query client, where we also called things like invalidating queries or prefetching queries, we can also use set query data. And so then we just specify the query key. And so that is user and then the value. And so again, this basically allows us to manually set some data into the React query cache. And so then here in this use user that will be called later and which uses the same query key, React Query will then simply get this data from the cache. So just like in all other situations. So let's try that. Let's delete this from here. And then immediately we are greeted again with our login page. And now as we log in, we shouldn't see that rotating spinner. And well, it actually was there, but I believe that React Query did not refetch that data. At least it shouldn't have. So let's clear all of this here. And this is not that important. This is just a bit for fun, so to say. So let's reload. And then let's see how many network requests are going to be made. So probably a lot of them, but let's just see. So this one here is probably the login itself. And then here, maybe the user was actually refetched again. So I'm not really sure about that. But in any case, really what I wanted to do here mainly was to show you this feature so that we can also manually set some data into React Query's cache. All right. So let's just come back here to the application again. And I will delete this one last time. And I promise this is the last time, because in the next lecture, we will actually implement user logout. But in any case, let's just do this one more time, because now I want to show you that we forgot to do something earlier. So in these situations where the credentials are wrong, then here, after that is wrong, we actually want to delete these inputs here. So it's not normal that this password and the address stay there in the field after the error. So let's fix that. And I believe here we can already close all of this. So we implemented all of this successfully, including this component right here, this very important one. And now let's come back to our login form and then add some option here to this login function. Because remember that this is a mutate function, right? And so we can set some options here. For example, the onSettled handler. And in this case here, we cannot add this right into use login. So we cannot clear these fields here because, of course, we don't have access to these state variables here. And so therefore, we need to do that outside. So all we need to do is to set email and set password back to these empty strings. So let's try that, write something else, and nice. So that's a lot nicer. And now it does work. Beautiful. So we have, in this short period of time, at least relatively short, implemented both authentication and authorization, and all on the back of this really great Supabase feature, which makes it really easy to add this very important part to all our web applications. And now, moving on, as I promised, we will implement the logout functionality. Next up, let's allow users to log out of the application. So basically, for that, we will just add a small button somewhere here into this header, and then by clicking there, the user will just get logged out. So here in authentication, let's actually now create a new component called logout.jsx. So this is a real simple one, and so there's no need for any pre-written code. So here, all we're going to do is to return a button, and for that we have the button icon component. So for some reason that's again not being included here, so I will just import this one and then rename it. So button icon. And so basically, this is just a styled component ready to display, as the name says, an icon in there. And the one that we want is the H1 arrow right on rectangle. So just like this. And then let's come into our header component, which should be somewhere here in the UI. Right here, and then let's just include that here for now. So a bit later we will then actually build this header component, but for now this is all we need. So this button here will be responsible for logging out the user. And so now let's write the logic that's going to be responsible for that. So right here, let's first get rid of all this empty space. And then here we will create our next function to interact with our API. And this one, as you can imagine, is simply going to be called logged out. And this will be really simple because all that we need here is await the Supabase client .auth.sign out. And then here we can, just in case there is some error, store that and throw that. So basically something like this. But this doesn't return any data, and so therefore there is no need to return anything. And so then, as always, we will call this using React query. And so let's do use logout.js. So export function use logout. And then just like logging in, logging out will also be a mutation. So we will receive mutate function called logout and is loading from use mutation. Then here we need our mutation function, which will just be the logout function that we just created. So for some reason that's not importing, but yeah, we wrote that correctly. So let's just grab this one here. And then let's import logout as logout API. And then here we can use that. Then next, whenever that is actually successful, we of course want the user to immediately leave the application. Or in other words, we want them to be redirected to the login page. So that's basically always the entry of our application. So once again, we use navigate and here let's also then use the replace option set to true. And we should also do the same thing in the login one. So right here. And so with this, we then basically erase the place that we were earlier. So otherwise, going back using this back button here is not really going to work. So we explored that already earlier in some other project. So here we then return logout and is loading. And with this, everything looks good to me. Well, actually, there's something else that we should do here, which is indeed really important. And that is to remove the current user from the React query cache. So just logging out will, of course, remove the user here from local storage and also from the server, but they will stay inside the cache. So because we stored it right here. And so if for some reason some malicious actor gets access to that, that would be very bad. And so we can actually remove all queries. So actually not just the user, but really all queries that have been accumulated in that cache. And for that, once again, we need the query client. And so then on there, we just call remove queries. And here we can specify which one, but here we simply remove all of them. All right. And now all we need to do is to come to our logout component, then receive that. So logout and is loading from use log out. Let's bring that in here as always. Not as always, but whenever this doesn't work for some reason. And there we go. So now first the disabled state, which is going to be is loading. And then of course the on click handler, which is just logout. And then here we can do something nice, which is to again use our small spinner. So if we are not loading, then just display this regular icon. And otherwise we want our spinner mini. Okay, so let's test this now. So sometimes it's taking some time. So basically that was loading the user in the background. But now watch what happens as we click here. So we expect this one to be removed and then also the user to disappear from the query and us to be reloaded or redirected to the login page. So let's click here and see if all of that happens. And indeed, there we are. So the user is gone, the data is gone from here, and we are back in the login page. And so if now we were trying to access, for example, that dashboard, then that wouldn't work, and we would again get redirected to the login page. Now, okay, so another piece of the authorization and authentication part is implemented. And so next up comes another really important part, which is to actually sign users up to our application. So instead of us having to create them here manually, like we did initially. So of course, this is not how it's going to work in a real application. And so we will sign users up in our application in the next lecture. Now, before we can actually go build that sign up feature, we first need to fix a very important bug that we have left in our authentication and authorization code. And let me start by showing you that bug. So if we just log out and then log in, everything is going to work just fine. And notice how here we don't have anything in our cache now. So this works just great, but watch what happens when we're not logged in and then we try to just access the page like this, so in the root URL. So what happens in this case is that we get immediately redirected to the login page, and we also then get this user in our cache, which is just null right now. And the reason for this is that if we try to access the root URL, basically what we're accessing is this dashboard here. But this dashboard is of course inside the protected route. And so therefore, if we are not authenticated, then we are immediately redirected to the login. Now that check whether we are authenticated or not happens here inside use user, right? Which will call this function getCurrentUser. So this one right here, which will return null if there is currently no session. Or in other words, if there is no logged in user. And so this null here is that null that we get right here. Now all of this is not the problem. So this is not the bug itself, but it's important to understand the bug that we do have here in useLogin. And so the bug that we have here is this line of code. So here it should not be set queries data, but actually set query data. And also the user that we have here is wrong. So let me actually log that user here to the console so we can check it out later. But the big problem that we have here is that since here we are not adding the user to the cache, so because here we have the wrong function, then here inside of useUser, this user that is then read from the cache because it has the same key will just be null. And so then here we have null.role equal authenticated, which will always be false because user will always be false. And so on false, we of course don't have the role property. And therefore, even after here we basically successfully log in, this isAuthenticated state will still not change to true. And so therefore, we are then not redirected to the content itself. So basically to the dashboard. All right. Let me just log in here again, just so we can see that user. And so now it did actually work. And the reason for that is that I guess the 5 minutes have passed, after which React Query automatically deletes all entries here. So probably we didn't have the user there anymore. So after those 5 minutes, and so that's why this worked. But anyway, here I just wanted to show you that the user that we are adding to React Cache is actually wrong, because we have this object which contains both the session and the user. And so this is not what we want. So let's just log out again. Let's come here again. And so now we will be able to see again that this doesn't work indeed. And so after all this talk, which I think is actually pretty important for you to understand what is actually going on here, let's now finally fix this bug. So here in useLogin, here what we want is set query data. So just like this. And then here what we want is user.user. Okay. And so let's reload this. Let's then recreate the situation. And well, I guess we have to log out again. And so here, again, we have that initial situation where here the user is set to null, which again is not the problem, but the problem is the one that we just fixed. And so now that's working great. Now, okay, so hopefully that made sense to you. And as always, I made sure to include this bug here in this video because bugs like this really happen all the time in web development. And I believe it's very important to show you this reality and how we can go through our code in order to fix it. But anyway, with that being said, let's now finally implement or sign up functionality. All right, so let's now split up this feature of user sign up into two lectures, where in this first one, we will just build the sign up form. Now, in this application, not everyone can create a new account. So not everyone can sign up for this application, unlike, for example, something like Twitter or Reddit. So here in this app, only employees of the hotel should actually be users of this app. And so therefore, the idea is that these users can only be created inside the application. And so this way, new users are basically immediately verified by the existing hotel staff, because only that staff can actually create new users. And so that will happen right here on this users page. So this is where we will create a new user. And if you want to take it to the next level, you might then also maybe add a table here for all the existing users where they can then be managed. But here we will only have that form where we can sign up a new user. Okay. And again, in many other applications, like the ones that you might build in the future, you will have a separate sign up page, just like the login page that is accessible to everyone. But not here. So right here, we already have the users page, and also we already have some bare bones sign up form. So which has some of the markup, but which we will now make come to life. And so here, under this heading, let's actually include that sign up form. And then here we will need a fragment. And there we go. Nice. So this is already looking great, but let's now improve this a lot with things like error handling. And so for that, we will now again use the React hook form library. So whenever we have a bigger form like this one here, and which needs some important validation, it's a good idea to use a helper library like that one. So with this, we get to practice it here then a little bit more. So let's start by including that here. So we use a form from React hook form. And then let's immediately grab the register function and also the form state. And then we can also right away create the errors from that form state, just like we have done previously. And so now here the idea is to use the register function here in each of these inputs to give them a name and basically manage this state. So then React hook form will actually manage the state and not us manually. So here we register this field using this function and pass it in the full name, field name, and then here some validation. So here we can use required and then say this field is required. All right, and as I mentioned earlier, calling this function here will basically create a few props, which we then spread with this onto this input component. And so now let's actually place this on all of them here. And then we just need to change the field name. So here it's going to be called the email, here the password, and then here password confirm. Now, okay. And now let's add our other validations here besides the fact that the fields are required. So the full name doesn't require anything else, but the email address we actually need to check if it is a valid email address. And for that, I already added this regex here. So let's grab that, because regex is one of the ways in which we can do form validation in this library. So here, after required, we can add pattern. And so then there we can specify the value, which is the regex itself, and then the message in case this fails. So provide a valid email address. Next up, here it says even that the password needs to have at least 8 characters. So that's easy enough. Here we can just specify the min length, and then again specifying the value. So that's 8, and then the message string. So password needs a minimum of 8 characters. Okay, easy enough. And now here we have the hardest one, which is that basically this password needs to be exactly the same as this one. Otherwise, we will not allow this form to be submitted. All right, so that's what we have the custom validate function for. So this function gets the current value of this field, and so then we can do something with it. And so here, what we want to do is to check whether this value is equal to this other password field. So to get the value from that field, as we did earlier, we can use the get values function here. And then we call that here. So get values, and then we grab the password. And so if they are the same, then the validation will pass, and otherwise, then this string here will become the error message. So passwords need to match. Nice. And now to finish, let's also quickly add the onSubmit handler. And so for that, we also grab the handle submit function, which will allow us to register our own custom handler function. So here on submit will become handle submit, and then this is where we can call the function for success and for an error as well. So we usually call that one on submit, and it will receive all the data of all the fields. And so then here we register that function. So on submit. And so this function will be called each time that we submit, and even each time that validation here happens. And so since that validation has then already happened before, we don't need any validation inside this function, which is really, really nice. All right, here let's close our React query. Then some email here, and this doesn't really matter. So I will just input a wrong one for now. And well, I will also add in a wrong password. So let's see. And immediately there we have some problem. But what we don't have yet is those error messages there. So here we have error, but we didn't place them there yet. So let's take care of that now. So errors, and then let's ask if full name exists. And then if so, let's add the message. And now I'm going to just copy paste this here for all of them. So here it's going to be email. Here the password, and finally password confirm. Okay. So as soon as we correct the format of the email, then the error disappears. And then as I delete this last character, then also the passwords match. But if I keep going, then they are again different. Now here, the same thing. So if I make it a bit shorter, then it's no longer 8 characters long. And also this one here is now different, which we can see if we keep writing. Now here, I don't even know what I placed here anymore. But now let's do everything the same, create a new user, and now since everything is correct, we get all of the data that we need right here. And so with this, we are now ready to move on and actually submit this form and create a new user on Supabase. So now let's use the form that we just created in order to sign up users to our application and basically to our Supabase database. And as you can imagine, once again, we will have to write a new function here into our auth file. So let's make it here close, or actually let's make it the first one, because usually in a flow, that's always the first thing that needs to happen. So we really need to write a lot of code to make all of this happen. But yeah, it's also one of the most important parts of the app. And it's also pretty easy to reuse this stuff, at least if you're using a similar tech stack in another application. But anyway, here we will have to await supabase.auth.signup like this. And actually it is with an uppercase U. And then what this function receives is usually just the email and the password. However, we can also pass in an options object. So we call that options here. And then inside that options object, we can specify a field called data, which is then another object. And so in this object, we can pass in any kind of information that we want about this user. So here we want to pass in the full name, and also we want to set an avatar to an empty string for now, because later on we will then upload our own avatars and store the URL here. So just like with the cabin images. And so, as always, here we then receive the data and some possible error. So let's just copy this. And there we go. So this is enough to sign up a user into Supabase. And again, this optional part here is just so we can add some optional data into the newly created user. Okay, next up, also, as you can imagine, now we create useSignup.js, where we then actually use this state, once again, using React query. So export function use signup. And here, just like before, we do a mutation. So if login and logout are mutations, then so are signups. All right, so our mutation function will just be the signup that we just created. Let's just rename this here again. So signup as signup API, so that then we can call the returned mutate function as signup. So all of this is pretty standard stuff at this point, right? And here let's also just quickly define the onSuccess handler, which here will receive as the data the newly created user. So let's receive that here, log it to the console, and then let's also have a toast.success. So account successfully created. And later on, we will also have to verify the email address. And so let's just write that here. So please verify the new account from the users. And here we need to escape this email address. And now all we need to do is to call that function right here with the data. Now here, let's immediately destructure everything that we need, which is the full name, the email, and the password. So the confirm password we no longer need. All we needed it for was to really make sure that it was the same as the main password. So only if they are the same, the form get validated, right? And so then we no longer need that. Okay, so here, let's call sign up, but not this one. So let's first grab actually those functions from the hook that we just created. So use sign up, and then here we can finally call that. So sign up with the object of full name, email, and password. And then whenever this is finished, so on settled, so not only on success, but on all situations, then let's actually reset the form. And so for that, the use form hook exposes the reset function. So then here, let's just call that. And that should be it. So let's reload this. And before we go any further, let's come here. Also just make sure to reload this page. And then I just want to make sure that here on the providers for email, we have the confirm email turned off. So we actually turned this off earlier. So I'm not sure why that is back on. Maybe we have to save. So here's the save button. I didn't know about that. All right. And so now we will not have a confirm email for now, but we will do that later. But for now, here we can just keep using any value. Let's just call it test user. Then here test@test.com. And here just some random password. So for now, I will make it different just to see if it triggers an error. And indeed, it does. And so when you do this, also just make sure that the both of them are the same no matter what they are. And then there we quickly got a success message, but here we have some problem. So cannot read properties of null somewhere. So I'm not sure where this is happening, but probably it has something to do with this reset function here. But anyway, what matters is that we got this new user here back, which, is exactly the one that we just created. And notice how right now we also got here the role of authenticated. So if you were building some other application where everyone can simply sign up, you would probably then make the newly created user the new active user of the app and immediately redirect them to the application itself. Now here again, we are not doing that. And so we really don't actually need this data for anything. This was just to see. So let's get rid of that console.log here. And now what's going to be interesting is if that user shows up here. And indeed, here it is. And actually, let's now log out from here. and then just reload. And now I will try to log in as that user. 678, log in. And there we go. So now that user can also log into the application. Great. But now finally, let's turn on again here the confirm email. And so with this, all our new users are only really signed up after they have confirmed their email address. So let's change that and save it here. But besides that, we will have to change some other things. So first, we can change here all the email templates that users will receive, which is again a really, really nice feature. And then down here, what we need to do now is to actually change our site's URL. So here we are not at localhost 3000, but actually at this one. And so whenever the user gets an email, so they can confirm their account, we want them to then be redirected to exactly this URL right here. So let's copy that, update it here. And then here, let's also add a new redirect URL. Just make sure to update these two URLs again once you deploy this application to a production server. But anyway, to create that new user, let's use a service called temp mail. So this basically gives you a temporary email address that you can use for this kind of things. And I actually use this all the time myself to sign up for some services that I'm only going to use once. So then I'm not going to get sent some like junk stuff that I don't want. So here we can now copy this. And so this is now a real email address, and we will get any emails here into this inbox. So let's create a new user. Let's call it fake user. Then here, this fake email address, and then password. I will say fake. So create a new user. And here we probably want some loading indicator as well. Then here we need to fix this one. But now let's see what happened in our users table. So the new user is already there, but here it says now waiting for verification. And so right now we couldn't log in with this user yet. Instead, now we got this email from Supabase, which we need to open up, and then we can click here. And so that then took us right back to our application. And if we reload this now, then probably we will get, so now we have another last sign in here, which was exactly the moment that that link was clicked. Great. Let's just add those loading indicators there. So right here. So this is loading state, which we are indeed not even using. So disabled and set it to is loading. So just pasting that everywhere. Including these buttons. And this other reset one as well. So this one here is just an HTML reset button. So it doesn't even require any JavaScript, and it will then automatically just reset the form. Now here, again, I'm not sure what that is. I will maybe try to find out later. So, this should work just fine. Maybe we have to call this here separately, but I'm not going to test that here now again, because that will then just create a new user, which we do not need. But anyway, with this, we are finished with signing up new users. And in fact, we are kind of finished with this whole authentication and authorization process. So congratulations, with this you have just finished one of the most important parts that you need to implement in basically all web applications that you will ever build. And so I hope that the mechanics behind all of this made really a lot of sense to you. So even if you're not going to use Supabase in the future in some other app, then hopefully the way that all of this works, so really the fundamentals, were still crystal clear. There's just one thing that we need to do now, which is actually related to Supabase, which is to change the row level security policies to only allow access to all of these resources here to users that are actually authenticated. So our application itself here is protected, but not the resources coming from the Supabase API. And so let's move on now and also do that. So right now, everyone could still fetch and mutate data from our API, even if they cannot log into the application's UI that we have been building. And so let's now fix that by implementing authorization also on Supabase itself by updating all our row level security policies. So again, right now, any malicious actor could very easily find out the URL to our API, even if they cannot see this graphical user interface. So just from reading our front-end code, they could figure that out, and then they could, for example, delete all of our bookings or all of our cabins and really destroy our entire app. And so, of course, we don't want that, and therefore we need to now update the row level security policies. But first, let me actually show you in action how that could be possible. So let's log out here now. And so on this page, we are of course no longer logged in. So let's now come here to the login page. And then here, we can still include, for example, the cabin table. So this component, which will read all the cabins from our API, and that should work just fine. So let's wait for the data to arrive, and indeed, here it is. So even without being logged into the application, we can still see this cabin data, and we could even edit or delete them. And so this, of course, doesn't make any sense at all. So we need to protect this and also enable authorization right on the server side. But luckily for us, that's not very difficult. So we just need to come back here to our policies and then update all of them to only apply to authenticated users. So let's click here on Edit. And then here, we don't have to change anything. All we need to do is to set the target role to authenticated. And that's it. So we could also change here the name, but there's no need to do that. That just takes too much time. So we have to do all of this for all of them now. So that's going to be a bit boring. So I will just fast forward the video right after doing this one. Okay, so you can pause the video now and do all of this on your own. Now, okay, and there we go. So all of them are only now for authenticated users. And of course, if you were building some other kind of application, then, for example, the select part here might be available for all users, but then inserting or deleting or updating might only be for authenticated users. So you don't always have to choose exactly these roles here, but for this application, this is what makes sense. All right, and if we now come back here, then it actually says no cabins could be found. So if we reload that manually, then indeed we get the same result. Because again, at this place here, we are not authenticated. And so we are then no longer allowed to see this data right here. So let's remove that, log in. And so the rest should of course still work. And indeed, here we have our bookings and cabins. And so that works because here we are, of course, authenticated. Great. And so with this, we also protected our data right in our Supabase database. And with this, we are almost finished with this whole authentication part. The only thing that we want to do next is to also allow each user to update their password, maybe even their name, and also to upload an avatar. And so let's do that over the next few lectures in order to really wrap up this part. Next up, let's build our application's header, which will contain the username and an avatar, and also a small menu. So let's come here to our header component. And so this is where right now we have the logout component, but here we will now, as I just mentioned, have that username and avatar and a small menu. And let's start with that menu. And let's, for that, create a new file. So a new component called header menu. And let's make this an unordered list. And let's actually use a styled component for that. So let's call it styled header menu, not matter. And then we use styled dot unordered list. And so this will just be a flex container with a gap of 0.4 rem, and that's actually it. And then here we will have a couple of list item elements. And then here, one of the items of the menu will actually be that logout component. So this one right here. And then we also want to have a button that will lead the user to the page where they can update their settings. So that could also perfectly fine be a menu, but I just want to reuse that button icon component that we already have. So here, let's use outline user like this. And then as we click here, we need to then navigate. So let's grab that function. And so where we want to go is, let's actually see in our routes. So yeah, we have this one here, which is the account route. And so that's where we want to go when the user clicks here on this button with the user icon. All right. And if we think about this, this actually looks very similar to this logout component, right? However, I think that in this case, it's actually worth separating this into its own component because it really has its own functionality, like getting this use logout hook, and also it has even this loading spinner. And on top of that, logout itself is kind of a small feature in of itself. And so then I think it deserves its own component, while this one here is really just a simple button. Then a bit later, we will also have the dark mode toggle here, but for now, this is it. And so let's include that here instead of logout. So the header menu, let's bring that in. So import header menu from header menu. So let's see what that looks like. And so that actually looks pretty similar to what we had before, but now this leads indeed to this update your account page. Okay, And next up, let's then create that user avatar. And actually, that component already exists. So let's just include that here. And so as always, we need to import that here. And features and authentication and user avatar. All right. So let's still leave that open. And then we open up this component that again is part of your starter files. And so this doesn't return anything at this point, which is why we get that error there. And so there we go. Now this component here is actually another place in which we need to get the current user. And so then it's great that we already created our custom hook for that. So we can just get the user from use user, right? And here we don't even need the loading state because we already know that if this page here has loaded, that the user is already loaded as well. Now here, let's log that user to the console first, or maybe we don't need to because we already have it in here. So we can just inspect the user object here. And so what we want is here this, well, not the app metadata, but actually user metadata. Now the problem with the currently logged in user is that we created it right here on Supabase. So here with this button. And so therefore it doesn't have any metadata associated. So there's no full name and there's also no avatar. So this is maybe not the best one. So let's log out here. And now we can just use this other that we already have as well. So that's test@test.com, I believe. And yeah, that works. And so let's see now. And indeed, now we have the avatar, even though it is an empty string, and we have the name of the user, which is test user. And so let's now retrieve these two from that object. So the full name and the avatar, we get it from user.user metadata. And so now here, let's use all of that. First with this styled component, and then in there we use the avatar component, which, as we can see up there, is an image. So here we use avatar, but in this case, it is just an empty string, and it will always be an empty string for new users. And so by default, we want to now display this image that we have here in data. Or maybe I already placed it here. Yeah, actually here it is already. So this default user is what we want to display if the avatar doesn't exist. So default-user.jpg. And then let's add an alt text as well. So avatar of, and then here just the full name. Okay, and then let's also add the name of the user itself. So again, full name, and there it is. Beautiful. So we have our user's name and this default avatar. All we need to do is to add some styling to the header to place these side by side. But this component here is finished. And so here, let's just add a bit of styling. So let's make this a flex container with a gap of 2.4 rem. align the items to the center. And then finally, let's justify everything to the end. So justify content, flex, and great. So that looks a lot nicer. And so at this point, this application really starts to look like a real world application. So we have all this beautiful styling right here for our data. We have this amazing looking navigation or this main menu here on the left side. And now we even have a small secondary menu up here. So if we click here, then again, that takes us to the page where the user can update the account. So both the user's data, which is going to be the name and the avatar, and the password. And so let's go implement these in the next video. So now let's build that feature where we allow our users to update their password, their full name, and even upload an avatar image. And for that, we already have two pre-built components. So we have this form here to update the password and the form to update the user data itself. So that's going to be the full name and also the avatar. And let's actually immediately include this form right here into the page. So in the account page, let's come here and bring in that component. So update user data form. So you see that here we have the email address, which we are not allowed to change. Then we have the full name, which we can then change here. And we have that button to upload the avatar. And here I'm getting this user data again from this use user hook that we built earlier. So this is another use case. And then here we have these two state variables because these two elements here are controlled elements. So here is the email field, which is disabled by default. Then here we have the standard controlled element, and here then to upload the image file. Now here, the default value of the full name can actually immediately be set with the current full name coming from user data. Because here in this component, we already know that the user will have already been loaded. And therefore, we don't need any loading states, and we can immediately use this data right here. For example, to set it as a default state value. All right, so this is basically the skeleton component here, which doesn't do anything on its own yet. And so now it's time to add yet another service function here to our authentication API. So let's do that here at the end, because of course, now we will need a function to update our user. So update current user. And then here we will pass in, as always, an object with the data. So that can be the password, the full name, and the avatar. So let's see what we will need to do here. So first we update the password or the full name. So we can never update both at the same time because they are located here in different forms, right? So we will have this same function here working for both of these forms, but we cannot update the password and the full name at the same time. Then second, we upload the avatar image. And then third, we use that avatar to update the user again with the avatar. So update the avatar in the user itself. Okay, so the way that we update the currently logged in user is with supabase.auth auth.updateUser. So this will automatically know which user is currently logged in, and then we can update that user. And for that, we need to pass in an object of all the stuff that needs to be updated. And so let's actually build that object here before. Then of course, we will also need to await this, and as always, receive the data and potential errors. So let's create a variable here called update data. And so then according to which data we actually received here, we will build this object. So if there is a password, then the update data is simply going to be an object with that password. But if there is a full name, then the update data will look a little bit different. Because remember that when we first signed up the user, then the full name goes here into this strange data object. And so here we need to do something similar now. So we need to again specify the data, and then that receives yet another object. And so here is where we specify that full name. And remember, again, that only one of these two can be true at the same time. And so that's why we can write this kind of logic there. And then we just need to pass that in here. Okay. Now, if there is an error, then let's just, as always, grab this. And also, if there is no avatar, then we are already done with the function at this point. So then there's nothing to upload. So if no avatar, then just return the data as usual. Okay. But if there is actually an avatar image specified in the inputs, then here is where we upload that. So first, let's create ourselves a unique file name. So let's call that avatar. And so this is going to be a bit similar to what we did earlier with the cabin images. Now here, let's then use the user's ID. So that's going to be stored in the data that we receive from up here. So that's data.user.id. And then to really make sure that this is unique, let's even add a random number here to the end. Okay. And so now let's check if we already have our storage bucket in place. So let's come right here. And indeed, we already created this public avatars bucket in the very beginning. And it should also already have here a policy. Well, actually it doesn't. And so it's a good thing that we came here, because now we need to allow access here. And actually we don't want any of the default ones, but instead we want to create our own. And so let's select all of these maybe. And then here, let's select only authenticated users. All right. We need a policy name. Allow access for auth users. Let's save this. And these other policies that we already have here, they right now do actually work for all users. So we could change that here for all of the 4 policies, and you can do that if you want, but I will just leave it like this. All right. So here we will be able to only receive an error, not a data. And so what we're going to call here is supabase.storage and then .from, and here the name of the bucket. And so that's again called avatars. And then we use the upload method, where first we pass in the file name and then the image itself. And so that's going to be the avatar image, which is of course going to come from this state variable here, which in turn will contain e.target.files at position 0 each time that we change the file input. So each time that we select a new file, so that image, will be stored in that avatar state. And so this thing here we already did earlier when we uploaded cabin images. Remember that? So again, that will then get passed here into this function, and then we upload that to our bucket. Now here we need to rename this to something else. So storage error, and then again, if there is some error, we just want to throw that. And if that is successful, then we actually need to update the user again. This time by then adding the URL to the avatar image. So again, just like we did with the cabins, with the difference that here the code is, I believe, a bit more straightforward. But anyway, here again, we receive the data and the error. Let's call it maybe error 2 this time. And here we also need to rename this one. Let's call it the updated user. And so then again, supabase.auth.update user. Then we create an object, and then this avatar also needs to go into the data object. And so then we have avatar, and so here we are going to specify that URL to the image. So to see what that image is going to look like, let's just upload some file here. So let's just come to our project folder, and that's in the wrong place now. And so from here, let's just grab some image, like these cabin images, because I actually don't have any avatar here. And so if I drop this here now, then that should upload so that we can then grab the URL. So get the URL here. And so then we need to replace this part with the actual file name. So this one that we created here earlier. And then also let's actually replace this part with the Supabase URL that we have stored in some other file. So Supabase URL. All right, then let's again grab this error. So error handling is very important. But if everything went well, then let's return the updated user that we just received here. All right, so that should be done. And so now it's time to consume this function here in yet another custom hook. So use update user.js. And here let's actually just grab the code from here. So this is going to be just very similar. So let's get this and paste that here. So use update user. Then here our mutation function is going to be that one that we just created. So update current user. Then here let's call the function update user, and here is updating. Then we no longer need this. Here let's then return update user and is updating. And then finally the query that should be invalidated is just called user. And here let's also change the string user account successfully updated. All right. And so let's try this out here. So maybe right here, we get update user and we get is updating from use update user. Okay. And so here, let's just call that function. And we pass in the full name and the avatar. And first, we also need to make sure that there actually is a full name. So the full name needs to exist, but the avatar doesn't have to. All right, so let's try this out. Let's try to change this to Jonas. And probably we should also use the is updating state here to disable all our input fields. So is updating. And let's just grab this here. And also on the buttons. So let's try that. And well, I'm not sure if anything is happening. Let's reload that here. Try that again. But still no result. So maybe we have something wrong here. Let's check out our handle submit function. And indeed, here it should be, if there is no full name, then just return. So then don't do anything. All right, so that should work now. And nice. So something is happening. And then indeed, our user account was successfully updated. And so now up here, we have the new username of Jonas. Nice. Next up, let's then try to upload an avatar. And here I will just use a cabin image again, because I don't really have any avatar here right now. Let's also maybe try to change this to an uppercase. And so this should now take a bit more time, but now it is finished. Now here we didn't get that new image, actually. Let's see what happens if we reload that. And yeah, well, there is the new image. So it was apparently successfully uploaded here. And so indeed, here it is. So here's the avatar, then the user's ID, and that random number. Nice. Now I'm not sure why that didn't change immediately. Let's try to change these two things again. Let's now try cabin image number 1 for this user and then update the account again. And for some reason, it is not changing the image up there. Let's see what kind of data we have here in our cache. So which image we have there now. And the only thing that probably has changed between them is this random number. So in our cache, we have this 088. And so that apparently is the first one that we had in the beginning. So if we go back here to our bucket, so if we close this, yeah, then the new one is actually this one with the 031. So our cache hasn't actually really been updated. And so let's do that manually in another way. So now as we left the page and came back, then it did refetch all the data and then it updated the image up here. But for some reason with the user, it's not really working as intended right here. So where we invalidate the queries. And so this is a nice moment where I can show you again how to update the data manually in the cache using query client dot set query data. So here we can then manually set the user to the user that we just received. So let's grab that here. So that's going to be the user and then user right here as well. Okay, so we did the exact same thing earlier when we logged in, where we then immediately placed the new user in our cache. And so here we are now going to do the exact same thing. Okay, but before we test this, let's also here on this mutate function specify some things, and in particular the onSuccess handler. So like we have done before many times, because here we now want to set the avatar back to null, so back to the initial state, but that actually won't be enough to clear this name right there. And so for that, we can actually do e.target, which is the form, and then on there we can call the reset function. And so this is just standard HTML again. Also, this cancel button that we have here doesn't really work, I think, because, I mean, it did clear right here, but if I changed something here and I then want to cancel, basically what we want is to get the initial name back here. And so let's also handle that event. So clicking on that button, so handle cancel. And so we will call that on this button right here. So handle cancel. And since this button here actually has the type of reset, which is an HTML5 attribute, this will actually not submit the form automatically. So that's the reason why it did clear this file upload here. And so we don't even need to do any prevent default on this one. All we need to do is to set the full name back to the current full name and set the avatar back to null. So let's just briefly reload here. So if I did something here and then canceled, we went back to the initial name. Now let's change this again and also change the image. Now here to number 5. And let's see if this time it updates immediately there. Okay, so here apparently we got some error. Now if we reload here, then we will see that everything has been successful. So the name and the image have both been updated because the error only happened here afterwards. So only here in this onSuccess handler. So let's see what we actually get here. So let's then deactivate this part that we added. Then just log that data to the console, because that's where apparently the error was. Well, we actually do get an object with user, so I'm not sure why that wasn't working earlier. So let's check this again. Maybe that was just an one-off error. Yeah, so now actually that works. So let's bring this back. Let's change here again. And then we have this other error. So maybe we cannot do this one and this one at the same time. So let's try that just to make sure we reload. Let's use another one just to make sure. And apparently we get the exact same error here. So let's just not do this then and go back to just invalidating the queries. So I will try to find out offline, so outside of this video, what is happening here, and then maybe I will show you in the next video. All right. So in any case, this now works perfectly fine. The only small issue that we had was that uploading the file would not immediately get reflected up here. But then as soon as that data gets refetched at some point by React Query, then of course that image will be updated there. All right. And now let's do the update password form. And in this case, actually, I already have the entire form working because it is actually exactly the same logic. So here we have already the use update user that we created earlier. And then here we use that update user to pass in the password. Now here we are actually using again that React hook form library because that allows us to very easily do this password verification that we did earlier. So in this sign up form right here. So what I have here is actually pretty much the same. So I just copied all this code from there. There's just one thing that I'm seeing now, which is that we should actually also add this onClick handler to the button in the sign up form. So yeah, this one right here, because even though this is a button with the type of reset, this will actually only clear all the input fields, but not the error messages. But this built-in reset function, so this function that is part of React hook form, will actually do that as well. All right, so you can check out this code here if you're interested. But let's just go ahead and also include this one on the page. So update password form. And so the function that we wrote earlier should work now in the exact same way. So here I will now just write some new password. So maybe let's make that a bit more explicit here. So new password. Then it goes to another line. So let's make it like this. And so here I'm now going to use another password. Let's see. And indeed, that seems to have worked. And so if I now log out here, and remember that I'm using this email address. So here is the new password with these 8 characters. And then here, let's try test@test.com. And so apparently I got the wrong password there. And if it doesn't work now, but it did work. So that was the new password. And so that means that this form here now also works. Great. So after a long video, we finally finished this very important part here as well. And with this, we kind of finished this entire authentication and authorization part. And we didn't just implement the bare bones functionality, but we went as far as even allowing some management of the user accounts. So our users can even update their data here. So congratulations once again for finishing this very important part that you will need in all web applications that you're going to build in the future. And with that being said, let's now move on to finally implementing another nice feature, which is a dark mode. Okay, so the next feature on our list of requirements is that the application needs a dark mode. And so let's now use the power of CSS variables in order to implement ourselves a nice dark mode. But before we go do that, let's actually fix that small error that we had in the previous lecture. So remember how there we actually wanted to directly set the new updated user into the React query cache. So instead of invalidating like here, because with that, we then would have the image immediately appear up here. Now there are two problems actually right here. And the first one is that the query key is not just a string, but it actually needs to be an array. So as I've mentioned actually many times before, but here I somehow forgot that. And then here in the API auth, so in this function that we wrote, also in the previous lecture, here we forgot to await. And so therefore, then here, this updated user that was returned was always just undefined, because we would return this value before this function here had even run. And so with these two changes, let's now reload and then try this again. So let's now try my real name and some other image. Maybe, yeah, cabin 2. And so let's see if now this updates here immediately. And beautiful. So notice how that changed right away. And so that was exactly our goal. Nice. So with this, we finished this part. Let's delete this. And so this works great. All right. And so now let's turn our attention to that dark mode that I was talking about earlier. So in the styles.css file that you got in the starter files, you should have had these CSS variables for dark mode. So hopefully you copied them right here into this global styles file when we did that. And if not, you can always just go back to the starter files and then open up styles.css, and there you will find these. Now, what we want to do now in order to implement dark mode is to set different CSS variables for different class names on the HTML element. So basically, right here in our elements, we will have one class for light mode and one class for dark mode. And so then according to that class, these different CSS variables will apply. So let's grab them here. So all of this. And so notice how the CSS variables are defined at the root, which is actually exactly this element. But now we want these ones here to apply only when there is a light mode class, and then the ones that we just copied with a dark mode class. Now, these blue ones here will actually be the same, but then everything else here is actually going to change. So the border radius will also not change. But in any case, let's now write this end, which basically means the current selector, and then with the class of dark mode. So then let's place that there. So for some reason, this didn't get prettified by prettier. But anyway, let's now then place these ones here again with the end, which is basically just this root, and then with the light mode class. And so all of this here should be inside that. Now here, actually, let's also place this one into light mode. So that's right here. Because in dark mode, we will then make all our images here with a bit less opacity and give them some grayscale so that they don't look so bright on a dark background. All right, let's maybe grab these blue brand colors and place them down here. And so these styles here, they stay the same. So this color and also the border radius. But then for the dark mode, we have these colors. So not only these grays, but also these shadows and this backdrop. And for light mode, we have this. All right. So again, this selector here is basically the same as writing this. And so that then means that it needs to be this selector and at the same time the light mode. So no space, but really this. And actually we also want to apply this when there is no class at all. So basically making this the default. And so we can just write this. And so then this is basically just regular CSS, just with the added thing of nesting. Now I'm not sure why this is not getting formatted. So maybe we have some error in our code. Let's see, but maybe not. And we can also check out here the output from Prettier. And so everything seems to work fine. So maybe it just cannot really format here this kind of CSS. But that's no problem at all as long as it works. And we can actually immediately check if it works by manually adding that class here. So we can write class and then dark mode. And beautiful. So here you're seeing our dark mode for the very first time. And so, again, that is working because now all the CSS variables that we had before were replaced with these ones. And since we are defining all of the colors here all over the application based on these CSS variables, then all we have to do to implement our dark mode is to switch these CSS variables. And again, we switch them by simply changing the class here. So if we write light mode, then we are back to these colors right here. All right. And now, of course, we want a way of changing this class right here in our application. And so for that, we will add a button here. And let's actually start by doing that. So right here in our UI folder, let's add a component called dark mode toggle. And then here, all we are going to return is another one of those button icons. And then for now, here, let's just place this outline moon just like this, basically showing that we want to switch to dark mode. So for now, of course, this button won't do anything, but let's still add it here to our header menu. So here, another list item, and then here we add that toggle. And so then there we get that nice additional button. Okay. But now, of course, it is time to actually make this button work. Now, we need the information whether dark mode is activated or not in multiple places in the application. So not just here in this toggle, but for example, also in this logo. So we will have a different logo when we are in dark mode. So basically what this means is that we want things to change on the screen whenever we change to dark mode. Not just the colors themselves, but really the entire state of the application needs to change so that we can then also display a different icon here. So that means that we need a state variable, and that state variable needs to be accessible in the entire application because, again, we actually need that information both here and here in the logo, and maybe in the future we might even need it in some other places. And therefore, let's now create a new context where we will store that state and then provide it to our entire application tree. So this is in fact going to be the only piece of global state that we're going to need to manage ourselves, because all the other state, as we already know, is being handled by React Query. So all the remote state, which is usually most of the state and most of the global state that we're going to have in an application. But again, here we now actually do have one local global state. And so for that, let's now create, as I mentioned, a context. So we actually don't even have a context folder here yet. So let's create that. So new folder, context, and then in there, let's create our dark mode context.jsx. And so now in here, we will follow exactly the same recipe that we have learned about before. So we will start by creating a new context. So the dark mode context with create context from React. And then here we will create a component which will be a custom provider. So a dark mode provider, which will receive the children prop. And then this is where we will actually store our state. So is dark mode and set is dark mode. Now here we could of course use the useState hook that we have used so many times, but instead let's actually use that custom hook that we created earlier, which is use local storage state. So use local, and well, I think we have it here. Yeah. So this custom hook, we built it earlier in some other part of the course, and so I just placed that here in order to reuse it. So this basically sets the state and then also synchronizes it with the local storage. So use local storage state. Let's bring that in then as well. Let's just copy that. And then from hooks, and there we go. So the signature of this hook is very similar to the useState hook, and so it returns the same things, and it also needs an initial value. So let's for now make it false, and then we also need to give it the name of the key in local storage. So let's just reuse is dark mode here. Okay, and now here, let's then actually return the dark mode context dot provider, which will then return the children. And then, as always, we pass in the value. So a new object with is dark mode. And then let's also actually create here a custom function. So just toggle dark mode. And so all this will do is set is dark mode basically to the opposite. And so then this is the event handler function that we pass into our context. So this is the first part of that recipe that I mentioned. So that's the provider. And then remember how we also always then create our custom hook here. So use dark mode, which then basically directly consumes that context. So we store that in context with the use context hook. So dark mode context. And then here, let's just make sure that this hook is always used in the right place. So if this is undefined, then we want to throw a new error. Dark mode context was used outside of dark mode provider. And if that doesn't happen, then we can just return our context value. And then in the end, we just export the dark mode provider. So not the context, but the provider, and then use dark mode as well. Okay, but that's actually not all, because all this does is to set the state. So that's already useful, but it doesn't really change the application here to dark mode, because remember, for that we actually need to add these classes here, right? But let me show you what I mean by that, and let's start by using this a new context and this new state here as it is right now. So let's come right here to the dark mode toggle, and then here we can use all those values. So we can use is dark mode and toggle dark mode, and we get that from use dark mode that we just created. And of course, that's not going to work, because first we need to actually provide our provider. So now we get exactly that error message that we specified earlier. So we use this context outside of the provider. And so let's start by adding that here to the entire tree. So maybe even right here. So dark mode provider, and then the closing tag at the very end of the tree. All right. And so let's go back. And then here is where we add that toggle dark mode to the onClick prop. And then here we use the information whether we have dark mode or not to display a different icon. So if we are in dark mode, we want to change to light mode. And so let's use a different icon here, outline, and then let's use the sun here. Not like this, but there we go. So let's see. And indeed, that is already working. So we can toggle now between these two states. And so let's do the same thing here also with the logo. So I mentioned that there we also need that state. So let's come there. And then here we do the same thing. So is dark mode. So that's all we need right here. And then here let's define the image source based on whether there is dark mode or not. So if so, we will have one image, and otherwise we will have this one. All right, and then this other one, I think it's just called logo dark, so that would make sense, right? And so there it is. So logo dark, and then here we just use that. And so indeed, the logo now looks a bit different. And if we toggle back, then notice how at least the text here changes. So these two components now respond to the dark mode state. But now comes the time where we then need to actually also change here this class name. And so let's go back to our context here and do that actually right here. So for that, we can use an effect. Let's maybe do that here. So use effect, which should basically run each time that the is dark mode changes. And now this is very easy. So if is dark mode, then let's do some DOM manipulation here. So document.document element, which is exactly that root element. And then on the class list, we can now manually add that class. So dark mode in this case, and we remove then the class of light mode. And immediately you see it working, because we are actually right now in dark mode. And so this is already doing its job. Now let's just do the opposite. So else we add light mode and remove the dark mode. And this is actually it. This is all that we need. And so let's check it out. Let's click here. And indeed, here the class then changed and everything else changed as well. Beautiful. So look how nice this dark mode here is, especially here in the tables and everything. And yeah, basically every modern web application needs a light mode and also a dark mode. And so that's why I decided that I wanted to add this feature to this most real-world application that we're building in this course. We are almost done building our application. All that is left to build and to implement now is the dashboard. So, according to our list of requirements, the dashboard should render a list of check-ins and checkouts for the current day, some statistics about recent bookings, and also 2 charts on sales and on stay durations. And you can read this entire list with more detail if you want, but let's now start by building the layout of this dashboard. And since this is such an important feature, it even has its own folder here in the features folder. So here we already have the dashboard layout, and for now all it has is this styled component. So let's create the dashboard layout itself, and then here we will of course use that styled dashboard layout, and then I will just temporarily create some divs here just so we know what we will actually place here. So we will have those statistics, then we will have the list of activity, so for the current day. So today's activity, which are going to contain the check-ins and outs, and then 1 chart for the stay durations. And you don't need to write this here if you want. These are just placeholders that we will delete later. So the last one is then a chart of sales. All right. And then let's come to our dashboard page and actually include that after this first row. So dashboard layout. And then once again, we need to make sure to return these components here as individual components. All right, so let's go check this out. And I will actually check or go back to our light mode, which I prefer. And so here are these 4 items laid out in the grid that we have here. So we're going to have these 4 columns, even though they will then not be displayed like this. So we will have our 4 statistics here. And then down here, we're going to have the activity and then the charts here. Now, what we also need to do for this layout is to replace this test with the actual filter. Because remember that we need this data for different intervals. So for 7, 30, and 90 days. And so here, we actually already have that component built. So let me show that to you first. So this simply uses the filter that we have already built before and that we used for the bookings and for the cabins table. And here we actually need to correct the path like this. So very important to do this. And so this will then basically set a field called list in the URL. So just like before when we used the filter. And so to now place that here. So that's actually called dashboard filter. And then this one, we need to bring it in manually. So dashboard filter, there we go. And there it is. Great. And so, as I was saying, as we click here, then we get these last values here so that we can then filter all the relevant data for only this number of days. And speaking of the data, now it's actually time to compute these data that we need for these 4 parts of the dashboard right in the next lecture. So before we can start building our statistics and charts, we first need to compute the latest bookings and stays from our Supabase bookings table. Now here it's really important to distinguish between these 2 types of data. So between bookings and stays. So the bookings are the actual sales. So for example, in the last 30 days, the hotel might have sold 50 bookings online, but maybe 30 of these guests will only arrive and check into the hotel in the far future, like month or even a year after they have booked the booking. Now, on the other hand, we have the stays. So stays are the actual check-ins of guests as they arrive for their bookings in our hotel. And we can identify stays simply by their start date together with the status of either checked in or checked out. So again, as a summary, a booking is an actual sale, while a stay is a guest actually staying in the hotel. And these things are very different, and we need them for different parts of our statistics and also these charts. For example, this chart here will be about stays, so stay durations, and these sales will really be about the bookings. And so now we need to compute these 2 separately. Now I did already write the functions for doing that. So in our services, we will now go back to our bookings API. And so somewhere here, so here we have get bookings after date. So what this does is to return to us all the bookings that were created after the given date. And that date is important so that we can factor in these last 7, 30, or 90 days. And so the way that this works is that, as we already know how to do, it will query all the bookings, then it will select these 3 columns here, and then here we have some filters. So we're going to get all the bookings that were created after this date and before today. So basically between today and, for example, the last 30 days. Now here, this date, which is the date that this function receives, needs to be an ISO string or an ISO string. Not sure how we say that. So the date needs to be an ISO string. So that's what Supabase expects here. Now for the current date, so for today, we have this helper function here in our helpers file. And so this will then get the current date and return it as an ISO string. Now what's important here is that we have passed in this option of end to true. And the reason for that is that if we just compute the current day, that date will change every second because that date will also include the current time. And so then here we use that trick where if options is equal to end, then we fix this date here to the last basically millisecond of the day. And otherwise we fix it to the very first millisecond of the day. All right. So basically just fixing the date to the current day so that it doesn't change after every millisecond. So that's important here. And then the rest is the same. So this will just return then all those bookings which were again created between these 2 dates. So between today and the date that was passed in, which is going to be some date, either the last 7, 30, or 90 days. Now, if all this seems a bit too magical, like it appeared out of nowhere, then the reason for that is that here my main concern is not really on how to get all this data and how to manipulate it. But what I really want is for you to learn how to then use the data and display some charts with it. So that's what we will do later. And again, that's my main focus of building this dashboard here in the first place. But for that, of course, we need data. And so here we have that other function for getting the stays. So that's very similar. We again get this data from the bookings. So here we don't need this. Then we will take everything and also the guest's name. And then here we do exactly what we did earlier here, but with the difference that we don't use the created at date, which is when the booking was made, but really when the booking actually starts. So when the user basically is going to check in at the hotel. And so that's why here we use that start date. All right. So these are the two functions that we're going to use. And then as always, we need to get them into our application by using React Query. And so then we create a custom hook for that. So let's call this one use recent bookings. So export function use recent bookings. And so this is where we will then get these last days here. So basically for how many days in the past we want to get our data. And so that's, as always, going to come for or from the search params. So use search params. And then here, let's say num days. So let's say we don't have any search params yet. Then in that case, the default is just 7. So basically this one here is going to be our default. And otherwise, we just convert this part here to a number. So if that doesn't exist, it will just be null. And so then our number of days will become 7. But now what do we actually do with these 7 days or these 30 or these 90 days? Because that's not what we need to pass in here into these functions. So here we need actually a date that is already 7 or 30 or 90 days ago, right? And so we need to calculate that here. So let's call that query date. And for that, we have a very handy function in the functions FNS package that we included earlier. So we can just do sub days. So make sure to import that from this library. And so this function takes as the first argument the current date, so right now, basically, and then the number of days that we want to subtract. So that's going to be the number of days. And then remember that that function needs an ISO string. So we just convert that like this. And so then we are ready to use our function. And so for that, we will use React Query. And so then we will get is loading the data, which will be the bookings, and also an error, which we can use, or we can just ignore it as well. So then use query. And here the query function is going to be a callback with get bookings after date, where we then pass in our query date. All right, and then we need the query key. So let's call this one here bookings, but we already have a bookings key. So basically this one here also has the bookings key, right? And so here, let's change that and let's actually add then the number of days here, because just like with the bookings, our data can actually change. And whenever we change this here, we want the data to be refetched automatically. And so we can just add that value that changes here in this array, which is again a bit like a dependency array. So let's say last, and then here just the number of days. Okay. And so as always, let's now return all this stuff. So is loading and bookings. And then here in our dashboard, let's use that. So bookings and is loading from use recent bookings. Then if is loading return as always or loading spinner. And then after that, let's just take a look at our bookings to see if everything worked. And apparently it did. So it seems like we have 15 bookings that were made in the last 30 days. Let's change to 7, and then we only have 7 bookings. And we can, of course, also check them out here without logging everything to the console. So 7 or 30 days. And finally, for 90 days, we should get some more. Yeah, then we have 19 bookings. So that makes sense because, of course, the longer the time span, the more bookings will have happened. All these bookings are, of course, also stored here inside the cache. So as we move here, then there's no loading spinner again, and data is just retrieved from the query or from the cache. Okay, and now let's do just the exact same thing here for the recent stays. So let's simply duplicate this. Let's close this one, and all this logic here needs to be the same. But what changes is then here that we want get stays after date. Then here we remove that. Here let's call this stays in all these occurrences. So the data and here also the query key. Now here we will also need some additional computing, which is to calculate only the confirmed stays. So the ones that are not unconfirmed. So confirmed stays. And so here we can simply do stays if they exist and then dot filter. So here for each stay, we only want to keep the stay if the status like this is basically either checked in or checked out. So checked in, or let's grab this, checked out. And we need to know about this because the guest might actually never show up at our hotel. And so then that booking stays unconfirmed forever. And in some situations here in our dashboard, we are interested only in these confirmed stays. So let's return them here as well. All right. And with this, let's also get them in here. So stays, confirmed stays, and is loading. So let's rename that to like is loading 1. And then here, maybe this one here should actually be reloading 2. And then use resend. And probably we didn't change the name here. So that happens to me all the time. But, well, now it doesn't show up anymore. So use resend stays. Let's bring that in. And then we get some other, is loading 1 or is loading 2. Okay, let's then log the confirmed, or actually we don't need to log anything. So we can just check them out if we want right here. And so here we get 7 stays and 7 bookings actually. Let's see for 90. So here we get 14 stays and 19 bookings. So just to make sure that this data is actually different. Okay, and now in the next lecture, let's start to use this data to build out our statistics for our dashboard. All right, so as the first part of our dashboard, let's now calculate and display statistics on recent bookings, recent sales, check-ins, and the total occupancy rate. So let's create a new component that we're going to call stats. And so all this will do is to calculate those statistics and then display one of these stat components for each of them. So this here will simply receive an icon, a title, a value, and a color, and will then basically render these different components. So it's just a purely presentational component. So first off, here we will need to receive some data. For example, the bookings and also the confirmed stays. So let's pass those in. So the bookings will be bookings and of course the confirmed stays. All right, and so here let's start calculating. So number 1 are the number of bookings. So we don't need to write that there. So number of bookings is simply bookings dot length. So this one is very easy. And so let's now start to returning our stats. Now here we will want again a fragment so that we can then return these 4 stat components separately. So here we need to bring that in manually. So import stat from like this. And so, yeah, so we will want to occupy these 4 columns with 4 different stat components. And therefore we need to return them here separately and not one big component. Because if it was just one component, then that would only occupy this first column, right? So we can actually already return the 4, and then we can nicely see that. While if it was a div, then this is what we would get. But anyway, here, let's now pass in the title, which should be bookings. Then the color here will be blue. And so these colors will then be taken from our CSS variables. The icon is going to be HI outline briefcase. And finally, we need, of course, our value. So that's the number of bookings. And there we are. Nice. So looking really great with, again, this nice design. And actually, let's duplicate this one a few times. And so with this, it is starting to look like something. So here, let's already replace the titles so that we know what we actually want. And here we want the check-ins. And finally, we want the occupancy rate. Then here, the color will be green. And here we will have some dollar notes. So outline bank notes. Then next up, the check-ins are this indigo blue. And here we will have outline calendar days. Yep, looking better and better. And then finally, this color is going to be yellow with high outline chart bar. So a nice example of a small, reusable and presentational component. But anyway, our next statistic is going to be the total sales. And so those we will get from adding together all the total prices from all bookings. So I could have pre-written all this code here as well, but yeah, it's also nice to write some of the JavaScript ourselves. So here we will have an accumulator which is going to start at 0, and then in each iteration we will just add the current total price of each booking. And again, starting at 0. So let's use that here. And that's looking great. But actually here, let's then also format this. So format currency, this function that we have been using. And so that's looking a lot nicer. Next up, we need the total check-ins. So that's statistic number 3. So check-ins. And so these are basically the confirmed stays dot length. And so that's why we needed to compute these actual confirmed stays. So if it was just stays, then those might include some that were actually never checked in and then never checked out. But like this, we really only have the ones where the users or where the guest actually showed. So check-ins, and those are 11 right now. And then finally, we need the occupancy rate. So this one is going to be a bit more difficult, but we're just going to use a nice trick here that's not going to be 100% accurate, but we just want to keep it simple here. So let's think about this. So this occupation is basically going to be the number of checked in nights divided by all available nights. So that's what the occupation of the hotel during the last 90 days or whatever days actually means. And so all we need to do is to compute these two values. So the number of checked in nights we can easily get from the confirmed stays and then just reduce that. So accumulator, which again is going to start at 0 plus always in each iteration the number of nights. So that's a value that we have available in all bookings, right? And so we can use that to add together how many nights guests have stayed. So that's not the final value yet, but let's check it out here. And so guests have stayed in our hotel for a total of 68 nights. Now the number of available nights are not these 90 nights, but really 90 times the number of cabins. So that's the number of nights, so of stays, that we could have sold, right? And only if all of those 90 times 8 cabins would have been sold, then we would have an occupancy rate of 100%. So this part here, again, is basically the number of days times the number of cabins. And so we need to get both these values in here. So number of days, and let's call this the cabin count as we have called it earlier. So the number of days we can actually get from any of these two hooks here. So we could also compute it again in this component, but we already did that here. So this num days, and so we can just return that here. So from the recent days, we get num days, and the number of cabins. Well, for that, we need to use the use cabins hook. So that's no problem at all. That's why we have that reusable hook. So cabins and is loading. Let's rename it to is loading 3, and then use cabins. And so here we have another use case why it is so great to have this kind of data encapsulated into these reusable hooks. So here we need to account for is loading 3 as well. And then here, now we want to pass in the number of days and then also the cabin count. So let's compute that here immediately. So cabins dot length. All right. And so here all we need to do is to now divide this entire thing by number of days times the cabin count. And so with this, we get 0.09. So that's just 9% of occupation. Now here, let's then round this and also multiply it by 100 so that we get an actual percentage. So round, and then let's just add a percentage sign. And there we go. And of course, now we can calculate these for all these different days very easily. So if we look just at the last 7 days, then our occupancy rate is 36%. So that looks pretty good. And usually our app should be a bit bigger here. And so then, of course, these 4 columns would all have the same size. So then this layout would look even better. But even while we're developing here, it looks pretty decent as well. And so then we can easily switch between windows. But anyway, I hope you had fun building this really cool looking part. And so let's now move on to building these charts. Welcome to a really fun lecture where we're gonna render an amazing looking line chart for the hotel sales over time. Now, there are many chart libraries in the React ecosystem, but one of the most popular ones and the most easy to use one as well is called recharts. So let's finally come back to our terminal after a long time, and then let's npm install recharts. And let's do version number 2. And as always, you can then go out and check the documentation for this library. So that should be this first one right here, recharts.org, even though this documentation is not really that great. So that's why it's going to be helpful to have this video and the next one so that you can really learn how to do this. All right, and while we wait here that this is installing, let's check out the examples here. And so what we are going to build now is something like this line chart here, or maybe it's called an area chart as well. Yeah, something like this here. All right, and you have many different charts, like a bar chart that we will actually not do. You have a scatter chart, and this pie one is what we're going to do in the next lecture. But instead of messing here with the documentation, let's now learn right here in this video how we can create a nice area or a line chart. So in this lecture, we will work on this sales chart right here. So we already have a styled component. We have some fake data so that we can get started. And then we also have some other stuff here that we're going to use later. But for now, let's just create this sales chart and then use the styled sales chart. And here, let's just get started with a heading, like an H2 one. And then here, let's for now just write sales. And then we can include that right here. So actually this last one, so sales chart. All right, and down here it is. So this chart does indeed occupy the entire width of the container, and that's because of this grid column, which goes from the beginning to the end. So that's that -1 right there. Okay, and now let's actually get started with the chart itself. So let's bring in the area chart component, and then here we need to specify the data prop. And so that data is that fake or that test data that I have up there. So what's it called? Yeah, it's called fake data. Now, if we save it just like this, then nothing is really gonna happen. And instead we just, well, we actually get nothing. And so now in here, we need to use the area chart or the area component actually. So we need to bring in this one right here. And then what we need to specify is the data key. And so this is where we specify what data this area should be based on. And so let's come here to our data and check out what we actually have. So this is an array with 30 objects for 30 days. So each of them has the label, which is the date. Then we have total sales, and then we have the extra sales, which is basically the breakfast. And so we will want one area for the total sales and one for the extra sales. And then the label for each of them will be this date. So total sales, and this is a self-closing one. And let's see if with this we get something. Well, apparently not yet. So let's specify a few more props in here. So we can specify the type here. Let's make it monotone, so with just one color. And then as for the colors, we can specify both the stroke and the fill. And here, for now, I will just use some fake colors. So red and orange, maybe. And so for now, that should be enough. Then let's bring in a grid as well. So another component here, which is the Cartesian grid. And then actually, in order to make the chart visible, I think what we are missing here is the height and width props. So we actually need to give this chart some dimensions. And so let's say the height is 300 for now at least. And let's give it a width of 700. And so now here is our chart. It doesn't look that nice yet, but it is already something. So now let's add some axes here to the sides and then also that tooltip. So let's start with that. So that is just using the tooltip component. And so then as we hover here, it will give us the value for the current value here in the x-axis, which we actually don't have yet. And so let's specify that here. So with this component, and now here we need to again give it the data key. And so that is now called label. So this one right here is to display the labels here. So in the x-axis, while this one here is the y-axis. as you might have learned like in some math course or so. But anyway, let's then also specify that one, and here we can just give the unit. So this one is just dollars. So because that's the sales. Now here about the width of the container, we actually want to make it fluid, right? So if the page is this wide, we want it to occupy the entire space. And if it's a bit smaller, then it should still fit here. So we don't want any of these vertical scroll bars. And so here we can wrap the entire thing into a responsive container. So responsive container, which is also provided again by recharts. So wrapping the entire thing in there, and then we remove these from the chart itself, place them here, and then the width, we can set it to a percentage. So for example, 100% as a string here. And so then indeed it will simply occupy that entire container. Maybe if we reload, or maybe it really needs a bit more space. So apparently that's the case. But then here, at some point, it really starts then occupying and getting larger and larger. Now next up, let's style a little bit these lines here. So we can give them different type of strokes. So we can do stroke dash array, which looks kind of weird. But then here we can specify some number, and then that will change. And let's come up here to our style, because for some reason we cannot really change the color of these lines. And so I had to do this manually here. So with this hack inside this styled component. So without this, the color would be a bit different. So that's not really visible there right now. But for dark mode, we will need this color to change. And so that's why I set it there manually. And speaking of colors, let's now actually get these colors from this object that I have up here. So here I have two different objects which will give me different colors. And so these colors will depend whether we are in dark mode or not. And so let's place these inside the component, because only inside the component we can actually figure out whether we are in dark mode or not. And so here we will now once again use that custom hook that belongs to the context provider that we built earlier. So use dark mode. And so now we can use colors.totalSales.stroke and also .fill. So to change these right here. So colors.totalSales.stroke and colors.totalSales.fill. Give it a save. And so this now looks more in line with our application. And if we then change to dark mode, then beautiful. All of the colors change then as well. Okay, then we can also set the text color here. Or actually what I meant is the color of the ticks and of the tick line. So there's a lot of stuff, as you can see, that we can customize. And so here we need to pass in basically an object with CSS, so some styling. And then here we will use the fill property set to colors.text. And for the tick line, we will do stroke also equals colors.text. So there was a slight but subtle change here in these colors, and the same when we switch to dark mode. So then they become white, where before they had this gray, which of course is not ideal. And also this background here should change as well, right? So that also shouldn't be white. Let's actually keep that turned on. And then I will just grab these, place them here. And finally, let's then also change the content style property here. Content style without the type. So here again, an object with CSS. So background color, and then here colors dot background. Okay, and that didn't work, and that's because this shouldn't be here, but on the tooltip. Nice. So this is looking fantastic, and so let's customize this area here a little bit more. So here we can change the stroke width, for example, to 2. So then the line there gets a bit bigger. Then we can change the name that's going to appear in the tooltip to total sales, and also set a unit. So that's going to be these dollars. And so now in our tooltip, that will all show up. So now we have those total sales here, and then also the dollar unit. Great. And so let's just duplicate this for the extra sales. So all we have to do is to change the name here. I think it's called extras. And then here the same. And then here extras. And then, nice, we get this second line on top, or basically the second area, and also the second position right here in our tooltip. So this really looks more and more like a real-world application now. So this is something that you might see in a banking app or in a bookkeeping app or something like that. Nice. But now there's something very important that is still not correct, because right now we have still this static data. So this data is not coming from our actual bookings, but it is, as I just said, still this fake data right here. And so now it's time to change that. So here we need to receive the bookings, and we will also need the number of days. So let's pass that in. And the number of days, like that. So what we need to do now is to basically compute a data structure like this one. So an array which contains one object for each day. And that might include even days where there are no sales at all. But we still will want this chart here to have basically one entry for each of the days, so that it really is like a time series. Okay, so let's compute this kind of data here from scratch using the bookings array that we receive. So that sounds pretty complicated, but it's not that bad. So let's start from the very beginning and start by creating basically all of these dates. And the way we can do that is by, again, leveraging one of the helper functions that are part of datefns. So that's called each day of interval. So exactly this one right here. And then this takes in an object with the start and the end property. So here the start date will basically be today minus the number of days that we want to look at. So if that is 7, then that is today minus 7 days. So let's then again use the subdays function. And so here you're starting to see how useful it can be to have a date helper library like this one. So this is an amazing library that I highly recommend you to really check out and read the documentation as well. But anyway, here we can now just create today and then subtract the number of days. And actually we need then -1. And the end is just going to be today. Date like this. And then of course we need to store this. So all dates And then let's just log this to the console so that we see what we actually got there. So indeed, that's an array right now with 7 dates. So today is May 17th, and then we have all these other ones. And if we had 90 days, then of course, here we would get this huge array with all these 90 ones. So let's do 30, because that's the most common one. And so, based on this array, we can now create our data. So basically, we will loop over this array and create a new one based on it. So .map. And then for each date, we need to do a couple of things. So we will need to create an object like this one. So let's do that. Let's return, and first of all, the label. And so here we can use yet another function from datefns. So that's format. Then here we pass in a day and then a string, which basically encodes the format that we want. So here we want month and then dd for day. And again, you should check out the documentation to actually see how exactly this function works. Now, next up, we then need the total sales. And so this one is going to be a bit more complicated, but we can do it. So let's take all the bookings that we have, and then from there, filter the ones only for the current date in this loop. So filter, and then booking, and then yet another one of these functions. So here we can basically check, and actually this is not the one I want. I want is same day. So basically with this, we can check if 2 days are the same. And so we check the current day in the loop with, and here we need to create a new date based on the current booking dot created at. So this library always needs to work with JavaScript date objects. And so we always need to create them like this if we have a string. All right. So with this, we get all the bookings from the current date in this iteration. And then all we have to do is to sum all of them up. So we just use a normal reducer. And so now this is very easy. So we just add the accumulator to the current dot total price, and the accumulator starts at 0. So that's the total sales for this day, and then the extra sales is going to be the same thing, but here we just keep adding the extras sales, or actually it's called extras price in our database. Okay, so let's see if we got it correctly. So let's do it just for 7 days. And well, that's looking pretty great. So we have our dates, we have some sales, where some of them don't have anything. And well, let's try this out then. We are ready to now use this data instead of our fake data. Nice. So that's looking really great. And if yours looks very different and you don't have any sales right now, then maybe you need to upload the bookings again. So I will actually do that now. So that's going to take some time. And then if I reload, then that will probably shift the bookings a bit to the right. Yeah, great. So now for the last 30 days. And so here then we get a completely different chart. So for all the last 30 days. And of course, we can finally do the same thing for 90 days. And so then here we see, or actually we don't see. Yeah, that's because we removed the console.log earlier. So I was trying to look for the 90 days, but yeah, it's no longer here. Now I just want to delete this console.log there from the dashboard layout. Maybe there's another one. Maybe not. But anyway, this is all I had to show you here for this line chart. So again, there's a lot of stuff going on here. And so as always, just make sure to head over to the documentation if you want to learn more about all of this and how you can expand this even more. But for this lecture and for this course, this is more than enough, I think. And so now let's move on to another type of chart, which will be a pie chart. And now let's build another fun chart, this time a pie chart, which is another very important chart that you will see used all the time in web applications. But first, I actually want to complete the title of this chart right here with the dates. So right here in the heading, let's add the from and to dates. So sales from, and then here that format function again, and then we grab all dates, the very first one, so at 0, and then we format this using this string. So month, 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 day, day, and then 4 times the year. And then let's just grab this here, 2, or maybe just an M dash like this. And then here we want to take the last one. So -1, and there we go. So that looks really nice. And if we do last 7 days, then of course that will go from May 11th to May 17th, which is today. Okay, so with this we finished this chart, and now let's take care of the durations chart. So we already have that component again, so this one right here, and here we even have some more stuff. So we have this function here, and then here we have 2 objects which will be our start data. So based on this data is how we will build the pie chart. Now what's different here is that this data will actually later be updated based on the stays that we get into the component. So here we have different objects, and each of them has a different duration interval. So here, basically, we will want to collect all the stays that have the duration of 1 night. Then here, all the ones that have 2 nights, 3, and then here, the ones with 4 to 5. And then here, these intervals keep increasing. And so notice how all of them start at 0, and we will then use the function that we have below there to update these values. But for now, just for testing or for doing the first version of the pie chart, let's just manually add some values here that we will then delete later. So let's say 3, 5, then here 4, maybe 7, here 0, 2, and that's enough. Okay, then down here, let's create our component. And this component needs to receive the confirmed stays as an input. And yeah, here we already have this styled component. So let's use that here. So this chart box, let's just write something there and then include this here. So replacing this part is now the duration chart. There we go. And this needs the confirmed stays. Okay, and so here it is. So taking up these 2 columns here, basically, and leaving these 2 columns then for the final part of the dashboard that we will build in the next video. All right. And so let's head back here and start building that pie chart. So first of all, we will again write a heading and as an h2. Then let's say stay duration summary. And then also again a responsive container coming in from recharts. Okay, and now it's time to finally create that pie chart. And the main component that we need in here is called just pie. So here we then need to specify the data. And so for starters, let's just use start data light. And then let's just go back there so that we know the names of the fields. And so here we have the duration and the value. So the colors are for styling later, but what matters most for now here is that this duration is the name key and this one is the data key. So the actual data is where the numbers are, and so that is then that value. So let's specify those here. So the name key again is duration. So those are basically the categories. And then the data key, those are what we called values there. And of course, you could call all these different fields anything that you wanted. And the same in the area chart that we built in the previous lecture. But anyway, this should actually already be enough to render a very bare bones pie chart there. So let's see. And indeed, there it is. So that's already looking like something, even though that's not really that pretty. And so let's now do a few formattings here. So first of all, we can define some size by defining the inner and the outer radius. So here we can experiment with some values, just so you see what each of them does. And so this 80 right here is basically this difference, so this distance from here to the center, and then the outer one goes like out here. So if I decrease this, then that space there disappears. And the value that I found is the best in this case is 85 here and 110 here. So making this really like narrow like this. Then we can also define the position of the center. So for that we use Cx, so the x coordinate of the center, and then the same for the y coordinate. And here again you can experiment around, but I found that the values that work the best are these ones. At least if the screen here would be a bit bigger. And finally, we can also define some space between these different cells there. So for that, we can use the padding angle. And so here we can make it 3 degrees. Just like this. Or if we did like 10 degrees, then you see there would be a lot more space. Let's place it back. Then here we have some formatting errors, but if we reloaded that, then that would get fixed. Well, not really, but later on, once we change some other stuff here, that will then look better. But anyway, of course, now we want each of these different cells here to have some different styling. So each of them should get the color that we defined up here. So that's why we have these color fields. So the way in which we do this is to actually not make this a self-closing element, but instead place one cell element for each of the values in the array. So for each of the categories that we have here. So in this case, these 5. So the way we do that is as always. So this is just a list now, and so we can map over it. So here, let's call each of them an entry, and then for each of them, we can render a cell component. And so this is where we can then define the fill and the stroke. So the fill, let's make it entry.color, and the same thing for the stroke as well. So entry.color, and finally, since this is a list, it also needs a key. So let's make this the entry.duration because that's unique. And there we have our bug. It's because for now we need to use this fake data. And nice. So that's already looking a lot better. But let's keep going. So first of all, we want also there a legend so that we actually know what each of these colors represent. And so just like this would be enough, but that's not really that nice. So let's again format this a lot. So here we can align this to the middle and also align it this other way in the middle as well. Or actually that's the default. So now we want this to the right, and then we need to make this a lot more narrow as well. So giving it a width of 30%. And we should also set the layout to vertical. Finally, we can change the icon size, let's say 15, and then the icon type as well. So I prefer circles, and so that's looking a lot nicer in this way. Okay, and now finally, let's then add a tooltip so that we can actually see the value as we hover over it. All right, so that's looking pretty nice here. And again, making this dashboard looking really real world. But now let's also make the data here real world. So coming from the actual stays and not the fake data that we created earlier. Now here we actually forgot to give this a size again. So let's make it a width of 100%. And the height, I will say 240 pixels. All right. And so now, again, we are ready to actually use the real data to compute this chart. Now this time we will not write the logic by hand because I already have the function written out here. So it's this pretty confusing function here, but basically what it does is to receive the start data, which will be either this one or this one, with, of course, all the values set back to 0, because that is the initial state. So just like this. So the difference between these two here, of course, is only these colors. So this one is for the dark mode, and this one is for the light mode. But anyway, what this function does is to take that stays array that we passed in here, and it will reduce it into a new array, where the starter array, so this input to the reduce function, is that start data that we have right here. So it starts with this, and then basically for each of the values in the stays array, one of these objects here will see their value property increased by 1. So that increasing then happens here in this function, so right here. And so yeah, I will not go through how this function here works. It's a bit ugly and a bit confusing, but sometimes that's just what you have to do when you have to deal with real world data. So this is just some JavaScript here, and so I'm not going to go deeply into how that works. What matters now is that, first of all, we need to get the information whether we are in dark mode or not. And then based on that, we need to select the start data. So if is dark mode, then the start data will be start data dark, and otherwise that's going to be start data light. And then the data itself will be the result of the prepare data function that we looked at briefly, where we pass in the start data and the stays. And so then here we replace this fake data with the actual data here and here. And so now as I give this a save, then nice. Now we have the colors from dark mode. Then here we change to these other colors. And indeed, if we change the dates, then here all this data changes dynamically as well. And the same, of course, for the 90 days. And that function that we have here even removes all the objects that have 0 nights. And so they don't appear here. So here we really only have right now the 6 colors that actually appear in the pie chart. While here, for example, we only have these 4. Nice. So make sure to play around a little bit more with this, as this is really interesting. So when I first built this chart here, I took like an hour or two to experiment with all the values here and here. And so I think that's really fun. But anyway, we are finished now with this part. And so all there's left to do in the next lecture is this today's activity. Welcome to the last feature that we're going to build in this application. So in this one, we will list all the guests that arrive at the hotel for check-in at the current day or that leave the hotel and need to check out. And for that, we already have this today activity component here. Just notice how this one is actually located in the check-in out folder, because this one here will really allow us to, well, as the name says, check users in and out. So it's really more about check in and check out. And so therefore it is in this folder, even though technically in the application layout, it will appear in the dashboard. But these folders here are about the features and not about where the components appear in the UI. But anyway, here let's then fill out our final piece of the layout with the today activity. So for some reason, let's see. So this is exporting a component called just today. So let's change that here and here. And so then, then we can import that. Nice. And this one actually doesn't need any props. And so that means that these days that we exported here are actually not even necessary. So here in use recent stays, we computed the stays right here. And then based on those stays, we calculated the confirmed stays. So since we do not really need the stays themselves, we could probably have built a better query where we also only select actually these stays that fit this condition here. But now I'm not gonna go back and change that. So let's just leave it like this. Okay, then we actually no longer need this. And so all we need to do now is to fill up this list of activities right here. Now, in our application, an activity basically means that there is a guest arriving or leaving at that day. So we need to get that data from our API. And so let's check out the function that I already wrote. So basically what I just said about an activity is either this or this. So basically, a guest arriving with a booking that isn't checked in yet is one where the status is unconfirmed and the start date is today. So it's the current day right now. And so this here means a guest ready to arrive and check in at the current day. So that's one of the possible activities. And the other one is the checkout, which is a booking that is currently checked in, but the end date is today. So this guest here is ready to leave. Now we could get all our bookings from the API and then compute this right here. So using this JavaScript condition, but to do this, we would first have to download every single booking that has ever been created. And so that would be pretty inefficient, of course. And so instead, we can do this, which is the exact same thing. So the Supabase client first, again, allows us to select everything here from the bookings. And then onto that, we can add an OR query. And so that receives a string which has two parts separated by a comma. So this part or this part. And then in there, we can even write an AND, where then again needs to be this and this. So this is quite confusing, and probably you won't need this many times, but you can go check out the documentation of Supabase, where you will find all the details about this. So this bit strange kind of syntax here. But just by reading, you will understand what this does and how it works. But now let's then again manage the state that we're going to receive here using React Query. So let's call this one use today activity. So function use today activity. And here we will have the simplest possible use of use query. So we just specify the query function, which is that function that we just saw. So that's get stays today activity. And then here the query function, or actually that we already have. So the query key, let's then, here we need an array. So let's call it today activity. And these activities of today will of course not be affected by this filter here of the last days. And so here we really only need this. And then here we just receive, or we get the is loading state and the data, which is here called stays. So let's return that. And well, here we should have the equal, and there we go. So this should work. This should also work. And so let's grab that data in here. Use today activity. So let's grab that. All right, nice. And so now here below this row, let's then actually render that list. Now here, actually, while the data is loading, we still want to show this part. So we will not, as usual, here return the spinner if we are still loading, but instead do that here. So if we are not loading, then we do something, and else we just return, or we render here the spinner. Then here we actually need another condition, because there might not be any activities for the day. So we might have the situation where stays dot length are greater than 0. And so then we do something. So then we render this today list that we have here, and otherwise we render that no activity. So today list, and else let's just say no activity today. And this here indeed looks a bit confusing, so we could have exported this entire thing here also into its own component. So something called a today list separate from here, but at this point I just want to keep it simple. So here inside the today list, for each of these days, so each of the activities, so they should, I guess, actually be called activities like this. And then in here, let's also call them that. So these are the activities, or we could call them active bookings or something like that. But in any case, here we now want to render one today item for each of the activities. So here we are going to use that styled today item. And so let's take the activities, map over them, and for each of them, as I just said, we render one today item. Then we pass in the current activity, and the key should just be activity.id. So that's looking quite correct. And so let's receive that prop here. And then let's take all the data that we need out of it. So we need the ID, we're going to need the status, the guests, and the number of nights. Because remember that in the end, this is still a booking. So that's why it has all of this data. Okay. And so now let's get to work here. And first of all, we're going to render a tag here saying whether the user is arriving or departing. And so that tag is going to depend on whether the status is unconfirmed or checked in. So let's test that here. So if the status is unconfirmed, then here we will have a tag of the type green, because this user is arriving. And then the text in there is going to say, well, actually just arriving. Okay. And otherwise, so if this is already checked in, then it means that the user is departing. So departing, and then here we have a blue tag. So let's check that, and nice. So we can already see that apparently we have 5 activities on this current day. And so that's because here earlier I uploaded the bookings. And so if you want to see these exact 5 activities on your current day, then please make sure to upload here the bookings only. And so that will then update everything to the current day. Okay, but anyway, next up, let's use the flag component, which is basically an image which is going to receive the country flag from the guest. So that's why we have the country flag there in the first place. So country flag, so that's one of the columns in the guest, and then also the alt tag, so flag of, and then just the name of the country. So guests dot country. So this one should be self-closing, I think. And nice. So it's starting to come together here. Next, we have the guest component, which is a styled component from here. And so then that's guests dot full name. And finally, we're just going to have a div that's going to tell us the number of nights. Beautiful. So here we can scroll also. And so all that is left to do now is to add a button for the users or for the guests that are arriving to check in and for the ones that are departing to check out. And so that's why I said way back that actually most of the check-ins and check-outs will happen right here in the dashboard. So probably not so much right here in this table. But it's still good to have this here. But again, most of check-in and check-out is gonna happen right here. And so let's now add those buttons. So let's grab this here, because this will again depend on the status. So for the unconfirmed guests, here we will have a button of the type small, and the variation that we want is a primary button. Just like this. Then it's gonna say check in. And as we click on the button, what we want to happen is to basically take the user to the check-in page. And so basically what we want here is for this button to actually be a link. So a link coming from React Router. And so that's where the as prop here comes again into play. Because remember how this allows us to pass in basically another HTML element, which will then replace the original one that we specified initially. So this is right now an HTML button, but here, if we specify that this should be a link, so exactly this one, then this will become an anchor element, because that's what the link is behind the scenes. And so now, since this is a link, we can use the to prop that is available on the link element. And so here we can then take the user to check in and then the ID. All right, so let's inspect this here. And so indeed, this is now an anchor element. Let's just reload to get rid of our errors. Nice. And so if we click here, then indeed we go to that check-in page. So we have the same guest here, and then we can check them in exactly as we have learned before. So let's do that actually. First, let's go back just to see something. So right now we have 6 check-ins. And also we have no stay duration of 7 nights. And so let's see if that updates once we check this user in. So let's do that. That brings us back here. And notice this smooth animation here that just happened on this graph. Because now we do have one stay with 7 nights. And also here we went from 6 to 7. Nice. And also that guest is gone here because at this point they are no longer unconfirmed. They are checked in. Nice. So that part is done. And again, ideally we would have a bit more space here. And so, well, for some reason it's always breaking into another line, but let's just fix that later. So now let's take care of the check out button. So here for the checked in status, we now want to render, and actually we already have a component for that, because for this we will require some more logic, and so I believe that it makes sense to extract this into its own component. So check out button, and then here let's actually pass in the ID. So the booking ID is equal to ID. So let's bring this in. And there we go. So there are our buttons, but of course for now they will not do anything. And so let's come here. And so under the hood, this is again just a button with the primary variation and a small size. And so here, let's now once again bring in that custom hook that we created earlier. So that will give us the checkout function and an isLoading state. I believe maybe it has some other name, but let's see. So use check out. So let's see what we're actually returning. So it's called isCheckingOut. Nice. And so now all we need to do is to hook everything up here. So check out and then disable it while we are checking out. And actually here for the checkout, we require the booking ID. Otherwise, there's no way of knowing what to actually check out. And so then here we need to make this a callback function. All right. Now here I'm not sure again why it's looking that way, because it's still exactly the same thing. So it's still a button with type small and variation primary, or actually here it should be size. Ah, beautiful. So that's what I'm talking about. And so now let's try this out. So let's check out and great. So that works now from our dashboard as well. And so now all that is left to do today in this hotel is to check in these two guests as they will hopefully arrive. All right, and that's it. That's our beautiful dashboard, which is also pretty user-friendly because of this today activity list. And so with this, we are now basically almost done with this application. Let's just fix one or two small things in the next couple of lectures. Let's now quickly learn how to handle errors that might occur during React rendering. So this is something that every single React app should have. And so let's now go implement an error boundary for this. So first of all, it's just completely normal that bugs in our code make it into production. So all these times where we get a white screen in development when the app stops working, our users would also only get that white screen in production. And so that's just completely unacceptable, because then the user has no idea what to do. For example, here in our bookings table, let's say that for some reason we have a bug here that we didn't detect. So here we are trying to now read bookings.length in a situation where it might not exist yet. So maybe we wrote this code, but for some reason we didn't test it, and then this code made it into production. And so then when the users, and let's actually reload this here. So then when a user comes here, well, then we get this white screen because we had an error here inside React rendering. So then we see all of this, and this kind of situation happened all the time while we were developing our application, right? And so that means that this might also happen in production. Now, luckily for us, we can fix this situation with a React feature called error boundaries. So error boundaries are like try-catch, but for React rendering, which basically allows us to react to JavaScript errors in our render code. So in React's render logic. Now, error boundaries are actually quite hard to use in React, because for some reason they are still implemented using class components and in a very weird and hard to use way. And therefore, everyone just uses this package called React Error Boundary, which makes it really, really easy. So let's come here and install it. So npm install react error boundary. And so as we can see here on this npm link, so where this package is hosted, we see that it gets over 3 million downloads a week. So this is basically a package that everyone uses. So that's why it's super important that I'm showing you this package here as we are building this real-world application. So this finished successfully. And so this package now, all it does is to give us an error boundary component where we can pass in a fallback and also a function to reset the application. So whenever an error has occurred. And so to use this, we basically wrap our entire application into that error boundary. So we could do that here, so right here, but this component is not really part of our application tree itself. So let's actually place it right here. So wrapping this one right here into the error boundary that's coming from this package that we just installed. So here we can then specify a prop called fallback component, this one right here. And so then here, it's not an element, but really the component itself. And so here, actually we already have the beginning of a component, which is this error fallback. So let's actually start writing some code here. And so this component will then automatically receive the error that has occurred. And then here, let's use this styled error fallback. Then let's add the box component that we have here, and then a heading as an h1. And then let's just say something went wrong. Maybe we can add some nice emoji here, like this guy right here. And so now we can use that here as the fallback. So error fallback. And of course, this one right here could have any name that we wanted. Just this one needs, of course, to be exactly this one coming from this package. So let's give this a save. Let's reload. And then here we actually get that fallback error component that we just wrote. Now the problem is that here we are now outside of app.jsx, and therefore we no longer have access to our global styles. And so let's bring them back in here. So that's called global styles, like this. And then we need to wrap this once again, like so. And then here we could even write the exact error message that has occurred. Because remember that this component here actually gets past the error. And so then we can here do error.message. And so then that provides at least some information, which isn't that useful to the user, but maybe to the developer. Now what do we have here? Well, that's not really important. Basically, it tells us here that React will try to recreate using the error boundary that we have provided. So React is aware that this exists, and so that's why it now rendered this error boundary instead of just this blank screen that we had earlier. Now this in itself is still not that useful because the user still doesn't know what to do with it. And so here, let's just quickly add a button which will allow the user to simply go back to the app's home screen. So let's use our button component. Let's make it a large one. And here, let's just say, try again. Now the callback function here we will actually provide right into the error boundary. So here we can pass in another prop, which is called the onReset prop. And so here, let's then basically redirect the user back to the index page. So here, of course, we're not going to use React Router, but instead just the regular DOM function window.location.replace and then back to the home page. All right. And so then inside the error fallback, we get access to this onReset prop, but it's going to be called reset error boundary. And so here, let's then that connect. And there we go. So let's try this one more time. So it's trying to load our data here. Then that fails. And then we can click try again, which will bring us back to our home page. Nice. So the error has been reset. And of course, if we then go back here, the error will come back again. But at least now the user knows that they can use the rest of the application. Great. Now just know that these error boundaries really only catch errors while React is rendering. So bugs that occur in some event handlers or in an effect or in some asynchronous code will not be caught by the error boundary. But for those, we many times have some other mechanisms, like for example, those errors that are usually returned from use query. But for all the bugs that might happen in rendering, like this one, that we should now put back. So for errors like this, you should always implement an error boundary like I just showed you. Welcome to the last lecture of the Wild Oasis project. So at this point, we have essentially finished the application. And so let's just fix a small thing or two and then wrap it all up. Now, the main thing that I want to fix in this video is a small bug that we left in our menus. So right here, when I click, then that works just fine, and the same when I click outside. However, when I click here and then click again, the idea was that this should then close this menu again, but that is not currently working. And so let me show you how to fix this problem. So let's open up our menus file. And so let's see. Yeah, this here is the function, this handle click, where we actually do the opening and the closing. So here, let's add a console.log. Let's say click. And then let's also add a console.log here to the use outside click. So I will duplicate this and leave it here. And here, let's now create a new function. And so in this function, we will call the close function, but we will also have a console.log saying close from click outside. And you don't have to write this code. This is just to show you why we have that bug right now. So let's see what happens when we click here. And so then indeed we get click. And then as I click again, watch what happens. So we basically, whenever we click there, we first close the menu. And then here in this next millisecond, it is opened again. And so basically what is happening here is that when we click here, while the menu is open, it is closed for 1 millisecond, and then it is opened immediately again. And so we need to fix this part where a click from the outside is detected. So the way we do that is to pass in here the second argument and set it back to false. So remember how here in this custom hook, we are by default listening for events on the capturing phase. So we have listen capturing set to true. And so that is causing the problem in this situation. So instead of listening in the capturing phase, which is where the event goes from the DOM onto the target element, we now need to listen in the bubbling phase, where the event goes from the target element back up to the document. And this is actually the default way in which the add event listener works. And so, by setting this prop here, or this argument to false, we will basically go back to that default way. So let's try this. Let's reload. And so then we will see that this still doesn't fix the problem. So let's click here. And so now we basically have the opposite problem. So we click, which will then open, but then immediately we detect a click from the outside, which will then close the menu again. So let's fix that as well. And so what we have to do is to come here to this function and then stop the propagation of the event. So e.stop propagation. And so with this, the event will then never travel up further in the DOM and can then therefore not be detected as a click outside. So this part here should then no longer happen. So let's see. And nice. So now it works exactly as expected. And then if we click outside here, then is where we finally get this message and where the menus close in a situation where we want it to close. Great. So let's just get rid of this one, turn this back on, and then, very important, we need to pass in false. So this was really just an issue with the DOM and with how events work. So nothing about React, but still, it is important that you keep knowing about these things, even if you build React applications and not just vanilla JavaScript applications. But anyway, now this bug is fixed. And the final thing that I want to do now is to just get rid of this uploader. And of course, take one final look at this beautiful dashboard that we just built. And notice how the loading spinner that we created here really showed up only inside this component and not on the entire page. So that was one of the things that we did here. And let's actually upload the bookings one more time, just so that later when we deploy this project, we then still get all this nice updated data. All right, and then let's finally get rid of that. So that should be in our sidebar. And there it is. Here as well. And nice. So that's gone as well. And we could also remove here the React Query DevTools, but I think that they will automatically disappear once we actually are in production. So no need to take that away here. And actually, there are two more things that I want to fix right now. And the first thing is if we open up a booking detail page that doesn't exist. So let's come here to see these details. But let's say that, for example, we land on a page which has some ID that doesn't exist. So that will create then a bug which will be caught in our error boundary. So the boundary that we implemented in the previous lecture. But this is still not ideal because we get this weird error message, and really what should be happening is not an error, but just the information that this booking couldn't be found. And so let's quickly come here to our features and then bookings. And this is in the booking detail. And so here we can say if no booking, I believe, but let's actually take a look at what the booking is right now. Well, we cannot because the React Query DevTools is no longer there. So I just want to see what the booking is in this case. If it's undefined or... So let's check that. And yeah, it is undefined. So, as I was saying, then here we can do, if there is no booking, then we return again that empty component that I believe we have used before. And there we can specify the resource name prop. And here it's called booking. And so let's see. Let's reload here. And that's a lot better. So now we simply get the information that no booking could be found. All right. And now to finish, at least for now, at least, let's come here to our, well, actually to our context, to our dark mode context. Because remember how initially we set the dark mode here to false by default. But instead of doing that, we can actually use as a default value the setting that the user set in their operating system. So, for example, I have dark mode by default on here in my operating system. And so we can get access to that basically using a media query, which we can run with window.matchMedia. And then here we kind of pass in a media query. So here we need the parentheses and then prefers color scheme dark, then close that. And then we can check if this media query matches. So indeed, in my case, it does match. And so for me, if we now used this here as the default value, then on the first time that I opened up the application, it would already be in dark mode. So let's use that here instead of this false, which is not going to change anything because at this point we already have that value in our local storage. But actually, let's check what happens if we remove that. So somewhere here, we should, yeah, here it is. So here we can remove this. And so if I now reload, then it should be automatically in dark mode. And indeed, it is. Nice. So just another small feature here, but I think this is another really nice one. Now in the future, if more bugs arise here, so if any of you finds any bug in this application, then please report it in the Q&A section. And then at some point, I will fix it in this application. And so I might then do that exactly in this video as well. But for now, with all this being said and done, we actually finished this project. So congratulations for building the probably biggest project ever in your web developer journey. So this was a really long and a really big one, but I hope that it was totally worth it. And I really hope that you enjoyed it as much as I did and that you walk away with tons of valuable skills. Not only React skills, but also skills on front-end development in general. Now, there are a few more things that we could have implemented in this project, but I had to cut it off at some point. Otherwise, we could have gone for 10 more hours. But if you feel like developing this even further, I have a few suggestions for you. And the most important one would definitely be to actually create new bookings right here from this application. So basically, right now, if a new guest appears in the hotel, we have no way of creating a booking and checking them in, right? So right now, all the bookings that we have were just part of the sample data, but we don't have any way of creating them. And so this would be a really nice challenge for you. And I actually built this myself, but it is a real challenge and it's going to take a lot of time. And so that's why I decided to not include it here at this point. You could also add the feature where a booking can be edited, and you could even add check-in and check-out times. Now, another thing is that in a real world hotel, the cabins or the rooms actually don't have a fixed price throughout the entire year. So instead, prices vary basically every single day. And so you could somehow implement that in this application as well. So where here the users could set a different price for every single different day. Next up, another idea that I had is that you could add a restaurant to this hotel. So you could add another item here in the sidebar, which would take the user to a page where they can register a bill value each time that the guest goes to the restaurant. And so then at checkout, that bill would have to be paid. And finally, also during checkout, we could actually lead the user here to a page. So when we click here on checkout, then that could lead to a page where we could then generate a PDF invoice that we could then mail to the user, since we already have their email address as well. Okay, so these are just a few ideas, and I'm sure you can come up with even more if you want. And if you do implement any of these, then please make sure to share it with me in the Q&A or maybe even in the GitHub repo. All right, and so now it's time to finally close up this section. But we do actually have one more thing to do, which is to deploy this project to production to a live server so that you can actually share it with everyone. And so let's go do that in the next super short section.